Chapter 38. Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. Supreme Sect's Astonishing Incident. Li Xiandao finished speaking, smiling at Guan and waiting for his decision. Guan froze. The Emperor wanted him to be a spy. This was forcing him to be a triple agent. This was not what Guan pursued, but the key was that it was hard for him to refuse, as the other party's cultivation level and status were both higher than his. Not refusing would bring endless troubles in the future. Refusing would bring trouble right now. However, Guan thought about the high-rank medical mentioned earlier, and his heart beat faster uncontrollably. Guan hesitated and asked, "Do I have the option to refuse?" "Yes. If you refuse, I will erase today's memory, and it will be as if we never met," Li Xiandao replied with a light laugh. Guan asked helplessly, "Why choose me? I am mediocre. With your status, recruiting a disciple from the Supreme Sect would be a piece of cake." Li Xiandao shook his head, saying, "I did not intentionally want to recruit disciples from the Supreme Sect, but you happen to have a close relationship with Liya. I wanted to support you, and because you are mediocre, I can trust you more because I can meet your needs." He paused for a moment and added in a frivolous tone, "People do not wish for the Emperor to live forever, and I do not wish for the Master of Medicine Valley to live forever either." What a sense of humor. Guan could only say, "If that is the case, then I have no choice but to agree." Several decades later, when you look back, you will not regret today's decision, Li Xiandao said with a smile, his tone full of heroism. Guan could not resist his curiosity and asked, "Have you always been watching Senior Brotherly? We have finished talking. There is no need to call me Emperor anymore. You should call me Uncle instead, so it feels more like family," Li Xiandao said with a stern face. Guan saw that he did not seem to be probing. Thus, he called him Uncle. Li Xiandao smiled and said, "To be frank, I have many pawns in the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. Naturally, I am aware of Liya's situation." Guan previously thought that Liya did not have a good relationship with his father, but now it appeared that was not the case. Could there be a misunderstanding? He wanted to inquire on behalf of Liya, but he held back. This emperor wanted immortality, and such an emperor surely had a complex attitude towards his princes. Even if he loved them, there would likely be some apprehension in his heart. Which crown prince wanted to remain a crown prince forever? Which prince did not have a secret longing for the emperor's throne? Guan felt deeply moved. Earlier, he thought the talents of Liya and Li Xuanyu were already strong, but after seeing Li Xiandao, he understood why those two were so talented. Bloodline inheritance. 8 layers of Divinity transformation realm at the age of 230. Had he broken through the Divinity transformation realm at the age of 100? Too outrageous. The most crucial point was that he practiced a secret technique that concealed his aura. Without Guan's lifespan detection ability, it would be impossible to see through his true cultivation level. Perhaps neither the court nor the immortal cultivation world could see through his cultivation level, which allowed him to cultivate peacefully until now. Afterward, Li Xiandao began inquiring about the affairs in the valley, curious about the origin of the Chinese New Year mentioned by the other disciples. Guan responded with the same words he used for others. Li Xiandao became interested in the Chinese New Year and decided to join in today. How could Guan refuse? An hour later, the two walked down the pavilion, preparing for the Chinese New Year with other disciples. The disciples were all very happy, laughing and chatting, which also affected Li Xiandao. As night fell, Guan brought out the self-made firecrackers, and Mystic Valley resounded with bursts of explosions, deafeningly loud. The firelight shone on Li Xuando's face. He was smiling and even drinking with Xiaochuan, making it impossible to associate him with the emperor of the Taizong dynasty. The disciples like Tang Yu and Su Han prepared some performances like storytelling, sparring, and acrobatics, ensuring the night was lively until late. The next day at noon, Guan saw Li Xiandao off. 2 more years, really something to look forward to. Guan silently thought. Li Xiandao said he would send someone to take him to Medicine Valley in 2 years. He planned to strive for a lifespan of 100,000 years in these 2 years, then break through to the Divinity transformation realm. No, He must surpass the Divinity transformation realm to be stronger than Li Xiandao. Otherwise, he would not be at ease. After all, accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. What if one day Li Xiandao became deranged and wanted to harm him? Guan looked in the direction Li Xiandao left, silently curious why this emperor came to the outer sect alone. Was he really here to visit Li Xuanyu? Leah once said that Li Zuando's favorite child was Li Xuanyu. Guan did not think further, turning to enter the valley, preparing to plant more medicinal herbs. Spring passed and summer came. Guan welcomed his 34th birthday in the summer. On this day, he bid farewell to Du Yi, who came to ask for medicinal herbs. At the mouth of the valley, Du Yi turned back and said, "These years, you provided many medicinal herbs. Young Master Jilin is very satisfied with you. In some time, he will send someone to deliver a Foundation Establishment pill to help you reach the Foundation Establishment realm early. Once you become a true outer disciple, he will find a way for you to continue managing this medicine valley." After saying that, he turned and left, leaping over the forest on his sword. Guan shook his head with a smile. When he saw Li Xiandao off at the beginning of the year, Li Xiandao had said something similar. In the future, he had to keep a distance from the Ji family, lest they use him when they wanted to plot against the Supreme Sect. The sect was strong, but the family's power could not be underestimated either. In this land, dynasties changed and sects rose and fell, but some families could exist forever. The Ji family was one of them. Alas, I just want to pick flowers and herbs. Why are so many people trying to recruit me? Guan thought to himself while walking into the nearby forest. In the forest, someone was practicing swordsmanship. It was Su Han. Now, Su Han had reached the 7th layer of the energy cultivation realm, second only to Gu In and Tangyu in the valley. Tangyu practiced leg techniques, while Su Han focused on swordsmanship. However, the swordsmanship he practiced was taught by Li Ye, not considered profound. Guan watched him practice swordsmanship from a distance, hesitating whether to give him some pointers. Su Han was diligent and industrious in his daily work and cultivation, leaving Guan with no complaints. Wait, no, he was not practicing the Li family's 7 swords. Looking closely, Guan realized it was the first time he saw this sword technique. Did this boy also have a fortuitous encounter? When did this happen? Guan was curious and deliberately stepped on the fallen leaves, making some noise. Practicing swordsmanship, Su Han noticed Gu An's arrival. He immediately stopped and turned to greet Gu and Xiao Han. Entering the outer sect depends on cultivation level. Why do you practice swordsmanship so diligently? Guan asked with a smile. Su Han scratched his head with his left hand and said, "I am not in a hurry to enter the outer sect. I want to master swordsmanship first." Why do you think so? Entering the outer sect means taking on missions. If my skills are not strong enough, it will only cut off my future. Su Han's answer made Guan laugh. This kid knew exactly what he liked. Guan curiously asked, "Is your swordsmanship inherited from your family?" Su Han nodded and said, "It is my father's swordsmanship, but it is too profound. I have only managed to comprehend it recently." Your father must have been impressive. Although I do not practice swordsmanship diligently, I have seen many exquisite sword techniques in the outer sect, none as good as the one you displayed just now. Guan asked curiously. Su Han shook his head and said, "My father was just a useless person. Since I can remember, he was blind, without any spells. He passed away when I was 7. Later, I found this swordsmanship manual in his baggage." Saying this, he took a sword manual out of his pocket and directly handed it to Guan. Guan took it and raised an eyebrow slightly. Hateful Heaven Divine Sword. What a strange name. Seeing this name, Guan immediately wanted to expel Su Han from Mystic Valley. This guy clearly carried a grudge. Guan skimmed through it. With his achievement in the nascent soul realm of the 9th layer, it was enough to remember it perfectly. However, mastering it still depended on one's aptitude in swordsmanship. He handed the sword manual back to Su Han and pondered. This swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, but its mental method seems somewhat sinister. Do you really need to practice it? This swordsmanship required tempering the internal organs with sword chi, causing unimaginable pain to the practitioner. Moreover, some of the guidelines were beyond Gu An's understanding. Based on his sword Dao accomplishment, he could assert that this swordsmanship was very dangerous. Su-Han was taken aback and asked, "Master, do you think I should not practice it?" Guan shook his head and said, "I just think this swordsmanship may bring you suffering. I do not know your background, so I cannot understand your feelings. Whether you practice it or not is up to you. If you choose not to, you can stay in Mystic Valley as long as you want. You will always be my student." Hearing this, Su-Han felt touched. He put the Hateful Heaven Divine sword back in his pocket and nodded heavily. Guan took a book out of his pocket, the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods, given to him by Du Yi. Du Yi said Ji-Lin was obsessed with this book, causing his followers to read it as well. The book you wanted. Guan handed Investiture of the Gods to Su-Han and then turned to leave. Su-Han held Investiture of the Gods, smiling. Returning to Medicine Valley, Guan began observing other servant disciples. First Liya, then Wuxin, and now Su-Han, all with unusual backgrounds. Mystic Valley was too mysterious. Something fell off. An hour later, Guan returned to his pavilion. The other servant disciples did not appear to have any issues, allowing him to feel somewhat at ease. On second thought, it made sense. To join the immortal cultivation world, one must have an extraordinary background or experience. In their eyes, they were the protagonists. Until late at night, Guan quietly entered the 8 scenic caves. After playing with the Sky Dragon for an hour, he took out the Heavenly Residence sword and began practicing the Hateful Heaven Divine sword. Multiple skills did not burden oneself. He decided to practice it until it was included in his attribute panel first. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling through the branches of the green vine tree arose, the sound of a sword blade slicing through the air. In the distance, the Sky Dragon watched curiously, its dragon eyes reflecting Gu N's sword training. At the end of summer, Guan went to the Outer Gate City. First, he visited the Elixir Hall to submit a year's worth of medicinal herb harvest, then went to the Book Collection Hall to submit a manuscript. Since Investiture of the Gods became popular, Elder Lu Chong valued him greatly, always receiving him personally, afraid word would leak out. Lu Chong mentioned fearing Gu N's reputation would be exposed, and he would be abducted by the demon path, causing the Book Collection Hall to lose substantial spirit stone revenue. This made Guan even more cautious. After completing official business, Guan visited Lu Jujia, who was delighted and invited him to visit Yilan together, whom she happened to be in the city. Not all outer disciples opened caves in the outskirts, since constructing a cave was expensive. Most disciples chose to live within the outer gate, enjoying the outer gate's spiritual energy. In the courtyard, after sitting down, Lu Jujia poured wine for Guan and said mysteriously, "Something big happened in the Supreme Sect." Chapter 39. Nascent Soul Blocks the Path. Despicable. What's the big event? Guan asked with a smile. Upon arriving at the Outer Gate City today, he indeed sensed the atmosphere was off, an indescribable tension in the air. Yilan spoke up. The sect leader and one of the elders are fighting for power. Recently, the emperor came to the Supreme Sect and appointed that elder's direct disciple as the national master, granting him a high-ranking official position and announcing it to the world. This boosted the morale of the people aligned with that elder, and they have been spreading unfavorable rumors about the sect leader. Lu Jujia, slightly peeved as Yilan had spoken first, quickly added after she finished, "The sect leader's domineering ways have offended many elders. Over the years, disciples have repeatedly suffered injuries and deaths, with demonic invasions occurring in territories outside the outer sect. Many elders are unhappy about this. Now that the emperor supports the sect leader's opponents, their restraint is broken, and thus chaos ensues." Guan curiously asked, "Doesn't the sect leader have absolute power? Isn't he the strongest cultivator in the Supreme Sect?" "Of course not. The sect leader is elected by collective support from the elders. Within the Supreme Sect, the highest cultivation level does not belong to the sect leader, but to the true inheritor. It said he is the most talented individual in the Supreme Sect in a millennium. He often travels and rarely returns. I've heard a rumor that if he wishes to become the sect leader today, by tomorrow, he would be the sect leader. Lu Jujia replied, his tone becoming excited when mentioning the true inheritor. That impressive? What's his name? Cough, cough. I haven't learned that yet. Lu Jujia feigned a cough, trying to conceal his embarrassment. Elon shot him a scornful look, then turned to Guin, whispering, I've heard many inside stories at the law enforcement hall as well. The open and covert struggles in the main city of the sect have spread to the inner and outer sects. Senior brother, you must be careful in Mystic Valley. Those people will do anything for power. Guin chuckled. It won't go that far, right? Would someone dare to slaughter Mystic Valley and then frame the other party? As soon as he said this, Guin felt a pang of anxiety. Someone had already been raising a demon of greed outside the outer sect. What else was impossible? Elon noticed his worry and placed her hand on his, comforting him. Senior brother, don't worry. I will find a way to persuade the law enforcement hall to increase patrols in the various medicine valleys of the outer sect. Guin instinctively withdrew his hand, momentarily distracted by her touch. Actually, he had noticed it, but feared reacting too quickly might arouse suspicion among his junior disciples. Lu Jujia laughed secretly, but was met with a glare from Elon. You must be even more cautious than me. Power struggles like these can be more dangerous than battling demons outside. Guin advised earnestly. Lu Jujia confidently claimed there was no way he would die. Elon stated she was in the law enforcement hall, so no one dared to act rashly against her. The law enforcement hall oversaw all departments, offering its disciples power above ordinary disciples, but they had less time for cultivation, having to handle any incident in any department. Guin looked at Elon with a sigh of relief. In just a few years out of the valley, Elon had transformed from a little girl following him around into a capable and reliable presence. The three of them drank and chatted. Usually, Lu Jujia and Elon did most of the talking, and through their words, Guin gained a much clearer understanding of the situation within the Supreme Sect. He was deeply gratified. The junior disciples he had trained were now taking care of him. A unique sense of achievement filled his heart. If Mystic Valley's disciples scattered across the outer sect's various departments, or even entered the inner sect, he would be influential indeed. Just the thought of it excited Guin. 2 hours later, Lu Jujia left first, and Guin declined Yi Lan's invitation to her residence to enjoy fine delicacies. He then left the outer gate city with her wistful expression in his memory. Riding his flying sword, flying against the wind, Guin felt quite cheerful. The sky gradually turned crimson as dusk approached. Guin's apparent cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm, so his flight speed was not slow. He admired the undulating mountain forests along the way. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Suddenly, while flying, Guin saw a figure shoot out from the mountain forest ahead, swiftly approaching, causing him to slow down. He saw an old man in white robes, stepping on a sword and holding a wine gourd, his nose red like a date, as if he had just had a heavy drink. Young friend, please stop. The old man's voice came, and Guin could sense that his cultivation aura was in the Foundation establishment realm. But to be safe, he used a lifespan detection. Lin Futian, Nascent Soul Realm, First Layer 603/800/840. Well. Nascent Soul Realm. Guin cursed silently. The old man had cultivated a secret technique to hide his true cultivation. The two quickly met in midair, where Lin Futian wore a friendly smile, saying, Young friend, I am Lin Kun, a disciple of the Outer Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. There is something I need to inquire about. Recently, demonic spies have been rampant. Shall we talk in the woods? Guin nodded, realizing that refusing now would hardly be feasible. It was better to play along for the time being. They swiftly descended into the forest, and Guin casually plucked 2 leaves from a tree. Lin Futian took a step forward, cryptically asking, Young friend, have you heard of Su Rui from the Wanine Sect? Su Rui? Very familiar. He was the one I killed. Back then, Su Rui and Chanji wanted to take over his Medicine Valley and even injured Liya. How could he forget? Feigning confusion, Guan asked, I've heard of the Wanine Sect, but who is Su Rui? Su Rui was a genius of the Wanine Sect, whose father is the Vice Sect Hierarch. He died around this area, and lately, many Wanine Sect spies are investigating his death. Lin Futian stepped closer as he spoke. Guan immediately stepped back, maintaining a distance. Seeing his wary expression, Lin Futian grinned. What? Young friend, are you suspecting him a Wanine Sect spy? Guan shook his head. I wouldn't dare, senior. I truly haven't heard of Su Rui. Since you're from a law enforcement hall, why ask me? Ha ha ha. Lin Futian laughed heartily. He suddenly swung his sleeve, and abundant spiritual power spread like a mist, quickly covering several miles. Guan was startled, raising his sword with his right hand, watching him intently. Lin Futian then opened his wine gourd, and a foul stench of alcohol wafted out. He grinned evilly. Don't be afraid. You will have 15 of your fellow disciples accompanying you in here. Guan gritted his teeth. Who are you? What is your background? If I must die, can't you at least let me die understanding why? Haven't you guessed already? Lin Futian sneered, raising his hand to grab at Guan from a distance. A strong spiritual force bound Guan, pulling him toward Lin Futian. Guan's face showed despair as his body flew through the air, rapidly approaching Lin Futian. Lin Futian's left hand reached out to grab him, while his right hand held the wine gourd, pouring liquor into his mouth. Boom! Guan suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly shattering Lin Futian's spiritual force. Lin Futian's pupils dilated, reflecting a leaf in his eyes. The leaf was surrounded by sharp sword chi, moving as fast as lightning, piercing through Lin Futian's forehead, blood splattering as the leaf continued on its path. Rumble, one by one, trees were shattered, dust rising like a giant gray wall extending for miles. Lin Futian trembled all over, his face showing disbelief. Furious, he roared, "You actually hid your cultivation, despicable." Guan stepped up to him, placing his right hand's index and middle fingers together, pressing them against Lin Futian's chest like a sword. Boom! Sword chi exploded, bursting Lin Futian's body apart, dispersing the dust wave behind him. The powerful force bowed the trees outwards, leaving a trench several miles long. From the flying dust, a baby's figure shot out, its face aged and eerie. It was Lin Futian's nascent soul. He flew toward the horizon at full speed, hearing the sound of something slicing through the air. Instinctively looking back, he saw a leaf racing toward him, directly destroying his nascent soul, blood misting in the air. Guan raised his hand, calling his flying sword back, stepping forward, enveloped in sword chi, turning into a sword shadow and rapidly disappearing into the forest. Rather than heading towards Mystic Valley, he chose another direction. During the quick flight, a prompt appeared. You've successfully seized 25 years of Lin Futian's nascent soul realm first layer, lifespan. It wasn't much, but it couldn't be helped. Although Lin Futian was in the nascent soul realm at 603, he only had 197 years left. Guan didn't dwell on it. He made a large loop before swiftly returning to Mystic Valley. Entering through a window into the hall of the attic, he sat at the table. With a grasp of his hand, a jar of wine flew over from the wine cabinet. He began drinking deeply. After a large gulp, he gently set down the jar. His right hand trembled slightly, and his heartbeat pounded. Phew. Guan struggled to calm his emotions. It was terrifying. Returning home and encountering a demonic spy. Worried about the commotion had made earlier, Guan decided not to leave the valley for the next month to lay low. No, it's too dangerous. Today, a nascent soul attacked me. Who knows if tomorrow it could be someone at the Divinity transformation realm, or even higher, Guin quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Seeing his lifespan of over 91,000, his anxiety eased a bit. The immortal cultivation path was indeed fraught with danger. Even a cultivator at the 9th layer of the Chi cultivation realm could be intercepted by a nascent soul great cultivator. Wasn't this frightening? Guin thought of the 15 souls in that wine gourd, feeling a wave of sympathy for them. He planned to aggressively harvest a batch of medicinal herbs to push his lifespan to 100,000 years, hoping to unlock new features, and then use the lifespan immediately. Guin took a deep breath, pulling out his copy of the Green Hero Travelogue to divert his attention. As night fell, cheers erupted outside from the disciples. Guin used divine sense to see that Tang Yu and Su Han were sparring again, with other disciples watching the spectacle. Normally, he would join a watch, but he was in no mood today. Deeply engrossed in the Green Hero Travelogue, he gradually calmed down, even though he still felt some lingering worry. After a while, footsteps approached, and soon, the door was pushed open. Zhen Qin hurriedly entered, saying, "Master, senior brother and second senior brother are fighting." Her eyes fell on the cover of the Green Hero Travelogue, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 40 here, Flying Leaves Again, lifespan of 100,000 years. Guin closed the Green Hero Travelogue and asked impassively, "Don't they often spar? Why did they actually start fighting?" Zhen Qin withdrew her gaze and said urgently, "Second senior brother executed a sword technique, and first senior brother mocked it for being too soft. Second senior brother got upset, and he has already wounded first senior brother and refuses to stop." Upon hearing this, Guin immediately stood up. Master and disciple quickly went downstairs. At this moment, the onlookers were no longer cheering, but constantly urging Su Han to stop. Under the night sky, Su Han's hair was disheveled, resembling a fierce ghost, swinging his sword madly. His eyes even glowed with blood, while Tang Yu, who faced him, appeared very distressed. His robe was slashed into strips of cloth, and there were 2 shocking wounds on his chest, from which blood gushed, staining his pants red. Wu Xin and Xiaochuan wanted to step forward to stop him, but Su Han's fierce sword moves kept them from getting close. Seeing Guin rush over, the disciples quickly made way. Guin stepped between the two in just a few movements, grabbing Su Han's right wrist with his left hand and blocking Tang Yu's leg with his left arm. Tang Yu was jolted back, astonished. How could the master's arm be so hard? He then breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Su Han with lingering fear. Su Han was immobilized by Gu An's grip on his wrist, and with a forceful squeeze, his sword clattered to the ground. "Wake up!" Guin shouted in a deep voice. Su Han shuddered, and the bloodthirsty hostility in his eyes began to fade. Standing not far away, Wu Xin was alarmed. The senior brother's hand was fast. Although Guin had reached the 9th layer of Chi cultivation realm, they always thought he wasn't that strong, mainly because Guin often downplayed himself. Gu An's action just now refreshed Wuxin's understanding. He suddenly felt that the senior brother wasn't simple. Xiaochuan, however, was used to it. Guin had also subdued and enraged Menglang back in the day. Maybe Gu An's spirit root qualification was mediocre, but in Xiaochuan's heart, Gu An's combat ability was very strong, at least making him feel very reliable. The other disciples were also intimidated by Gu An's move. It was the first time they saw Gu and take action, easily subduing Tang Yu and Su Han, who were at the 7th layer of the energy cultivation realm. Zhen Qin was the first to cheer, breaking the silence, and the others followed, surrounding him. "Master, you're so powerful." "Second senior brother, wake up." "Master, has second senior brother deviated?" It's all first senior brother's fault for mocking second senior brother. I've never seen second senior brother so angry. The disciples chattered, while Guin focused on Su Han. Su Han panted heavily, his body suddenly going limp like mud, but with his right hand held by Guin, he couldn't fall. He looked up weakly at Guin, saying, "Master, Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he fainted. Guan let two disciples help Su Han back to the house, and then turned to Tang Yu. Facing the master's gaze, Tang Yu blushed, not knowing how to explain, but he felt very aggrieved, having been injured. Go back and stop the bleeding first, Guan said expressionlessly. On hearing this, Tang Yu quickly bowed and left. Guan looked at the others, saying, Aren't you dispersing? No cultivation today. With that, he turned and headed toward the attic. The disciples watched his back, looking at each other. Although Guan didn't say anything very harsh, they all thought he was angry. Little did they know, Guan simply wasn't in the mood to lecture. That night, all the disciples in the valley harbored their concerns, unable to calm their minds. Guan stayed alone in the attic, and in the second half of the night, he felt several powerful divine senses sweep across. His fight with Lin Futian had finally attracted the attention of the Supreme Sect. Early the next morning, Su Han came to visit Gu and to apologize. What's the use of apologizing to me? I wasn't the one you hurt, Guan said, looking at him calmly. Su Han gritted his teeth, saying, he was the one who mocked my swordsmanship first. Guan asked, did you explain the origin of the swordsmanship to him? Su Han stammered. You and Tang Yu joined the Medicine Valley on the same day. You have the closest relationship. You should know his personality. He speaks roughly, but his nature isn't bad. Gu An's tone was slightly stern. After all, having been together for so many years, he didn't want his disciples to turn against each other. He didn't forcibly stop Su Han from continuing to cultivate the hateful heaven divine sword. Such things couldn't be stopped, and blocking it would probably ruin their master-disciple bond. Su Han recalled his years with Tang Yu, feeling guilty. Initially, Tang Yu had just jested about his swordsmanship. Unable to master the hateful heaven divine sword, Su Han was already distressed, leading to a verbal spat. Tang Yu got provoked too, saying increasingly harsh words, which enraged Su Han, causing him to deviate. Master, I was wrong. He'll go find first senior brother now, Su Han said seriously after taking a deep breath. Guan said, don't wait. Go now. I also need to check the medicinal herbs. He stood up and walked toward Su Han. They left the attic one after the other. Su Han closed the door, following Guan's pace, unable to help but ask, Master, aren't you curious why I lost control last night? Without turning back, Guan said, probably related to your hateful heaven divine sword. This swordsmanship was passed down from your father. Whether to practice it or not, I have no right to decide. You need to figure out what's most important in your heart. Su Han slowed his steps, standing before the stairs, staring blankly at Gu An's back. What's most important? Guan had no time to worry about his disciples' conflicts. He had said what needed to be said, and if they couldn't get along, they would leave Mystic Valley and never meet again at the ends of the earth. Guan began inspecting the medicinal herbs in various gardens, checking which ones were nearing maturity. He needed to accumulate a lifespan of 100,000 years quickly, so he harvested some herbs that were almost mature right away. Of course, he didn't touch the herbs far from maturity. He wasn't crazy enough to destroy his foundation. Currently, he had many channels to gather lifespan, so he wasn't too anxious. In the sky above the mountains and forests, several cultivators stood on magic artifacts, looking down. Among them, disciples of the law enforcement hall were searching, including Yilan. Chu Jingfeng stood on a flying sword, his right sleeve fluttering in the wind, exuding a sense of desolation, no longer carrying the same youthful vigor as before. An old man flew over on a gourd, handing a leaf to Chu Jingfeng, saying, it should be the work of the flying leaf sword Immortal. Nearby, we found the wine soul gourd of Lin Futian, the squad leader of the Wanyin sect, containing the souls of 15 disciples of the Supreme Sect. Chu Jingfeng took the leaf, examining it carefully. The surface was covered with fine sword marks, barely visible at first glance. He pondered, so the flying leaf sword Immortal is indeed one of our own? The old man nodded. It seems so. The attack on Zhou Yijian was likely due to factional disputes. Given his power to easily kill Lin Futian, if he intended to kill Zhou Yijian wouldn't have survived. Chu Jingfeng remained silent. The old man looked at Chu Jingfeng's fluttering right sleeve, saying, Jingfeng, you should let go of your grudge and reattach your arm soon. Otherwise, continuously practicing swordsmanship with your left hand will make it hard to revert later. Why should I? The flying leaf sword Immortal can use leaves as swords. Why must I wield a sword with my right hand? Chu Jingfeng countered. Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head and smiled wryly, ceasing his persuasion. In the forest below, Yilan stood in a ravine, looking toward its end, as if it led to the ends of the earth. Her eyes were full of shock. I heard it was the flying leaf sword Immortal. This terrifying sight was caused by a single leaf, a female disciple said, expressing her amazement. The surrounding disciples also marveled at the power of the flying leaf sword Immortal, and Yilan was deeply impressed. How high a cultivation level would be needed to possess such terrifying power? Yilan turned to look in another direction, her eyes filled with concern. Since Lin Fuxian's death, several cultivators frequently flew over Mystic Valley every few days, most of them at the Foundation Establishment realm. Occasionally, Guan could see Yilan among them. She never came down to visit Guan, seemingly just passing by. But passing by Mystic Valley sky 4 times in a month, how could Guan not understand her intentions? This girl. Guan stood by the window, watching the cultivators disappear in the distance, feeling a warmth in his heart. He pulled up his attribute panel, looking at his lifespan of 99,999 years. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. It was about to happen. Tonight, he would break through the realm. Because of this month's forced harvesting, the yield for the coming year's lifespan would decrease. But after a year, it should recover and continue to grow. He had deliberately left a space of 10 years of lifespan, waiting to pick it quietly tonight. He wanted to fully enjoy the feeling of burning life. Seeing it was still early, Guan couldn't sit still, so he went downstairs. Arriving in the courtyard, he saw Su Han practicing his sword on the eastern mountain peak from a distance. Since that night's conflict, Su Han had become reclusive, and others dared not disturb him for fear of another outburst. Tang Yu and Su Han's relationship had recovered. After learning the origin of Hateful Heaven Divine Sword, Tang Yu apologized to Su Han, but since then, he had trained even harder. Apology aside, he didn't want to lose to Su Han again. After all, he was the first senior brother. Guan came to the wooden fence of the garden, looking around with a smile. Master, what makes you so happy? Zhenqin came running, asking curiously. Guan ruffled her hair, smiling. What? Do I not usually smile? Zhenqin giggled. Master, since you're in a good mood today, why not teach me the residual wind leg? Guan asked in surprise. Didn't you hate practicing swordsmanship and leg techniques? What's changed your mind? I want to be like Aunt Yilan and become a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Zhenqin said excitedly, clenching her fists. As it turned out, earlier, Wu Xin and Xiaochuan had seen Yilan and marveled together, overheard by Zhenqin, who was weeding nearby. Learning that Yilan wore a robe belonging to the law enforcement hall, Zhenqin greatly admired her. Guan smiled, saying, All right, I'll teach you. Sending this girl away sooner would be good. She always disturbed him when he was reading. Thus, Guan began teaching Zhenqin the cultivation of the residual wind leg. When night fell and all the disciples returned to their rooms, Guan then quietly left Mystic Valley. Before leaving, he also picked 2 third-tier medicinal herbs from the garden. Chapter 41. Top-grade Heavenly Spirit Root. Breakthrough to Divinity Transformation Realm. Under the night sky, Guan swiftly traversed through the forest. The direction he was heading was opposite to where he had previously slain Lin Fuxian. This time, he intended to make a breakthrough 100 miles away. Over the past month, he had observed that there were no law enforcement hall disciples patrolling in the dead of night. As he advanced, a series of prompts suddenly appeared before Guan. You have successfully obtained the bitter root grass, 3rd stage. With 6 years of lifespan, you have successfully obtained the bitter root grass, 3rd stage. With 7 years of lifespan, For the first time, your lifespan breaks through 100,000 years, activating the lifespan deduction function. Lifespan deduction. Consume lifespan to deduce the cause and effect of the great Tao and fate, the amount of life. Span consumed depends on the causality deduced. Lifespan deduction. Guin couldn't help but furrow his brow. He suddenly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Was this aiming to drain his lifespan? Could it instantly exhaust his lifespan? Guin decided to try it lightly first. When this new function appeared, he had a certain understanding, knowing how to use it. The so-called deduction was actually a way of asking questions with lifespan. Guin silently asked in his heart, using lifespan deduction, is Jiang Qiong now intending to kill me? About 2 breaths of time passed. It requires consuming 300 years of lifespan. Proceed with deduction. No. Too expensive. Guin directly refused. But after this trial, he felt much more reassured. At least the lifespan deduction would notify him in advance of how much lifespan it needed to consume, avoiding his lifespan being suddenly drained. Guin no longer probed and focused on his journey. He would rather not use this function unless absolutely necessary. Consuming lifespan to explore the unknown seemed unworthy to him for now. Along the way, Guin was very cautious, his divine sense constantly spread out to avoid encountering nascent soul cultivators again. The night was lonely and silent. Although he could not see any demon beasts along the way, he did see traces of wild animals, mostly herbivores like wild rabbits and mice. About 50 miles from Mystic Valley, Guin suddenly saw a white spirit rat. In the forest, this creature was entangled with a rabbit, following closely behind the rabbit's backside. As the rabbit hopped, it sniffed forward from time to time. It looked like a big dog chasing a rabbit. So humble, Guin pretended not to see it, and quietly left without disturbing the white spirit rat. No wonder this guy keeps running outside all the time. Its actions even resemble a rabbit. Guin couldn't help but laugh and cry as he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. The white spirit rat seemed to be raised poorly, but luckily he still had the sky dragon. Thinking of the majestic demeanor of the sky dragon, Guin's mood improved. Half an hour later, Guin arrived in a dense forest where leaves intertwined thickly. Even if someone flew by above, they wouldn't see him. Guin sat down under a large tree, took a deep breath, and brought up his attribute panel. Looking at his lifespan of 100,003 years, a look of expectation appeared on his face. With a lifespan of 100,000 years, he was indeed wealthy. This time, he could significantly enhance his attributes. Let's enhance the spirit roots first. A greater investment, considering how difficult it is to improve this. How many years should I invest? After hesitating for a moment, Guin decided to be generous and invest directly 10,000 years. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan into evolving your spirit root. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 100 years. Your perception power of 5 elements spirit root improved. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 200 years. Your perception power of 5 elements spirit root improved. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 2,000 years, finally capturing a wisp of heaven and earth's true meaning. Your spirit root underwent a transformation, and your 5-element spirit root began to evolve into a top-grade spirit root, with wood and earth attributes being prominent. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 4,000 years. Your perception power of 5 elements spirit root improved. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 5,000 years. You felt the arcane of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. Your spirit root qualification went through a qualitative change, and your 5-element spirit root evolved into the 5 elements heavenly spirit root. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 8,000 years, finally capturing a wisp of the wood spirit law of heaven and earth. Your wood attribute spirit root underwent a transformation, evolving into a top-grade wood attribute heavenly spirit root. You comprehended nature and the heavens for 10,000 years. Your perception power of 5-element spirit root improved. One line after another of prompts popped up crazily. There were dozens of prompts, which made Guin reluctant to blink. When the last prompt appeared, he immediately activated the lifespan barrier. In an instant, the grass under his feet emitted a shimmering glow. Even the trees behind him glowed with faint green light, and the area within the barrier was illuminated. The 5 elements' heavenly spirit root. Guin instantly became excited. The heavenly spirit root was the strongest spirit root he had heard of so far. Even Ji Xiaoyu from the Ji family couldn't compare. The heavenly spirit root usually belonged to a single attribute. However, the cultivation speed of this single attribute was far beyond that of dual spirit roots, like night and day. According to Tianya, the heavenly spirit root was the darling of heaven and earth. It either required extraordinary fortune to be born or took generations of effort from a millennium-old family to have a chance to nurture such a spirit root. The Taizong dynasty currently had only one cultivator with a heavenly spirit root, residing in the Supreme Sect. As for the specific identity, Leah didn't disclose. Guin suspected that Li Xiandao was also a heavenly spirit root, but he hid it well. Just as Guin mused, nature's spiritual energy began to pour into his body, making him feel itchy all over, yet indescribably comfortable. Another 10,000 years. In the abundance of lifespan, Guin suddenly felt that 10,000 years was nothing. Thus, he invested another 10,000 years of lifespan into his spirit roots. A series of prompts crazily popped up before him. Spirit root perception power improved. Spirit root perception power improved. As he saw the same prompt repeatedly, Guin's Daoist heart began to tremble. Something's wrong. This is bad. Really bad. Until 5,000 years later, his earth spirit root evolved into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. For the next 5,000 years, all the prompts were about the improvement of spirit root perception, like a bottomless pit, continuing until it ended. Guin's heart bled. He practiced the divine wood pure yang skill. Relying on the wood spirit root would suffice. In other words, the latter 10,000 years of investment wouldn't increase his cultivation speed again. Spirit roots were determined at birth. In reality, there was no known cultivation technique to enhance the spirit roots. Reaching the 5 elements heavenly spirit root from an ordinary 5 spirit roots was already unbelievable. No, try again. I can't let this 10,000 years of life span go down the drain. Guin gritted his teeth and invested another 10,000 years of lifespan. Another series of prompts quickly popped up, and Guin's expression darkened. An investment of 10,000 years resulted in the fire spirit root evolving into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. Will it really take 10,000 years to enhance a single spirit root? Guin invested another 10,000 years of lifespan into his spirit roots. The nature's spiritual energy pouring into his body increased. Now gray and red light spots surrounded him. After dozens of prompts, Guin's water spirit root evolved into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. If I gather all 5 elements, will there be a qualitative change? Guin continued investing another 10,000 years of lifespan. Finally, his metal spirit root also evolved into a top-grade heavenly spirit root. In the attribute panel, the spirit root section directly indicated a top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Looking at his lifespan, Guin's gaze became dazed. 50,000 years of lifespan had vanished like this. After getting carried away, Guin felt unprecedentedly empty in his heart. Earth spirit energy crazily poured into his body. His physical body entered a marvelous state, feeling both itchy and warm, yet without any discomfort. Countless points of light stars floated around him, fire being red, wood green, water blue, metal yellow, earth gray, like a splendid galaxy. Guin's expression became dazed, and his thoughts disordered. Time passed by quickly. An ancient hour later, Guin completed the transformation of his spirit roots, feeling as though heaven and earth had undergone a complete renewal. This sudden surge of perception made him feel spiritually revived. This feeling was just too marvelous. He suddenly felt that the investment of 50,000 years of lifespan was not a loss. The top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root was enough to stand proudly in the Taitsong dynasty. As for the entire mortal world, he couldn't say for sure, as he was still unsure of the world's vastness. Taking a deep breath, Guin shifted his gaze to the cultivation technique on his attribute panel. Should he enhance the cultivation technique? He feared that once the cultivation technique reached a certain stage, the subsequent investments would exceed his expectations. Moreover, he already had the top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root, and his divine wood pure yang skill was not bad. Continuously laying the foundation seemed endless. What if a divinity transformation stage demon cultivator ambushed him tomorrow? Go straight for the cultivation level. With the new spirit roots, don't let me down. Start with another 10,000 years first. Cultivation level was the most important thing and worth the big input. Begin investment. You invested 10,000 years of lifespan into evolving your cultivation level. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 10 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, would pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the divinity transformation realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You did not survive the 5 elements heavenly tribulation and failed in the tribulation crossing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 100 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, would pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the divinity transformation realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You did not survive the 5 elements heavenly tribulation and failed in the tribulation crossing. Watching the constant prompts of tribulation crossing failure, Gu An's expression remained calm. One tribulation crossing every 100 years, he could accept it. He could not believe he would fail 100 times. Fortunately, the situation was not as bad as he thought. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 2,700 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, would pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the divinity transformation realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You survived the 5 elements heavenly tribulation, succeeded in the tribulation crossing, and broke through to the first layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 3,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the second layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 3,200 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the third layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 3,400 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the fourth layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 3,700 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the fifth layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5,000 years, and your cultivation level broke through to the ninth layer of divinity transformation realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5,200 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, wood pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the void crossing realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You did not survive the mystic dark heavenly tribulation and failed in the tribulation crossing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 6,400 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, wood pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the void crossing realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You did not survive the mystic dark heavenly tribulation and failed in the tribulation crossing. All right, failing again. One tribulation crossing every 200 years. Guin could accept it. At the same time, he was pondering one question. It seemed that spirit root qualification couldn't determine the success rate of tribulation crossing. Could it be that one's own strength was the key to tribulation crossing? Spells, divine skills, formations, secret techniques, magic artifacts, etc. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 9,600 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, wood pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the void crossing realm and beginning tribulation crossing. You did not survive the mystic dark heavenly tribulation and failed in the tribulation crossing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 9,800 years, with a great accomplishment of divine, wood pure yang skill, forcefully impacting the Void Crossing realm and beginning Tribulation Crossing. You survived the mystic, dark, heavenly tribulation and succeeded in the Tribulation Crossing, breaking through to the first layer of Void Crossing realm. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 10,000 years, and your cultivation level increased. Guin brought up his attribute panel, still having nearly 40,000 years of lifespan left, making the corners of his mouth lift uncontrollably. Chapter 42. Breaking Through to the Void Crossing Realm. Attack of the Demon Lord. Guin did not continue to advance his cultivation level. He wanted to wait until he reached the first layer of the Void Crossing Realm. He was afraid that the time spent absorbing spiritual energy later would be too long, so it wouldn't be done by daybreak. If the disciples discovered he wasn't in the valley, that would be troublesome. As each hint fell, Guin clearly felt the spiritual energy in the earth rushing upward crazily. With a boom, the ground surged with a wave-like spiritual energy, pulling his robe upward, even messing up his black hair. His body wasn't blown away because the spiritual energy had already entered his body, like chains fastening him to the ground. This time, the commotion from devouring the spiritual energy far exceeded the previous breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. The ground beneath Guin was even trembling. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, there was the lifespan barrier, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hide his cultivation level at all. But he suddenly became worried. Would such a commotion affect the Supreme Sect? With the lifespan barrier activated, the spiritual energy wasn't produced from the void, but drawn from underground. Thus, the spiritual energy he absorbed was naturally that of the Supreme Sect. Guin had another new guess. Would his cultivation speed in the lifespan evolution be related to the density of spiritual energy in the current environment? He thought it was highly possible because he remembered Li Xiandao, who had reached the 8th floor of the Divinity transformation realm at 230 years old, which was incredible. Thinking about it carefully, the gap between him and Li Xiandao was enormous. If Li Xiandao also had a heavenly spirit root, his advantage was far beyond what Guin could compare. As an emperor of a dynasty, Li Xiandao could possess the highest grade cave, enjoy the best immortal cultivation elixirs of a dynasty, and his cultivation technique was undoubtedly top-notch. In addition, there were formations, magic artifacts, and more. Perhaps these were also reasons why Li Xiandao could quickly cross the tribulation successfully. Before, when Zhou Yijian crossed the tribulation, many cultivators protected him. Others made thorough preparations, while he bore it hard in the lifespan evolution. In reality, death meant complete annihilation, without another chance in 200 years. Comparing the lifespan evolution with Li Xiandao, Guin seemed far inferior, but couldn't be compared this way. Actually, Guin had reached the first layer of the Void Crossing realm at 34. Could Li Xiandao reach the Void Crossing realm before he was 300 years old? Is there a second person in this world who could nakedly cultivate, endure heavenly tribulations? Thinking this way, Guin felt much more balanced. The lifespan invested in cultivation was just numbers, while real cultivation was the truth. At the same time, he wondered if he should cultivate other attributes techniques or find a 5-element skill to practice. This might better unleash the potential of his top-grade 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Rumble. The sound produced by the earth spirit energy entering his body grew larger. Within the barrier, a vortex had formed. The 5-colored spiritual energy was about to engulf his figure. Dark clouds moved, gradually covering the bright moon. In a mansion, inside a small pavilion, a single oil lamp placed on the table, Yijian, with white hair, sat on the chair holding a book. Faintly, one could see the 4 characters Investiture of the Gods. Golden light above splits into 5 colors. Red lotus below, following through 10,000 paths. 8 trigram immortal clothes coming with purple aura. 3-edged treasure, sword named Qingping. Yijian recited, showing a look of reminiscence on his face. He had been obsessed with Investiture of the Gods for several years, reading it repeatedly, always finding new understandings. Although there were no techniques of immortal cultivation, the described immortal sorcery made his heart long for it. He thought the book concealed the principles of the Tao, but he couldn't yet see through them. At that moment, Zhuoyijian seemed to sense something, suddenly springing up, his gaze directed towards the ground. The night was lonely, the cold wind bleak. The wind grew stronger. The flame of the oil lamp on the table flickered more violently, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Not only him, but cultivators from all directions also flew out of their residences and courtyards, with more and more outer sect disciples gathering above the city. What's happening? The spiritual energy is sinking. Did you feel it too? Could it be a demonic invasion? Unlikely. This is the supreme sect. Who would dare seek death? Could it be an underground big formation being activated? The outer sect disciples discussed. Yilan also flew out of her courtyard on her sword, nervously looking towards the outer sect streets. The night was dark, with an endless stream of cultivators flying up. Those servant disciples who couldn't control swords gathered on the streets, each one filled with panic and confusion. Everyone could feel the spiritual energy sinking into the ground. Having never encountered such a situation, they naturally panicked. What unsettled them the most was the rapidly accelerating descent of the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the outer gate city was thinning fast. Spiritual energy is crucial to the foundation of any great sect, constituting part of the great sect's essence. In the mountain forest, Guan had already stepped into the divinity transformation realm, and his nascent soul emerged from his body, floating above his head. In the nascent soul realm, one could condense a nascent soul, but typically the nascent soul couldn't leave the body. Once it did, it would lose connection with the flesh, so it was only during near-death experiences that cultivators would let their nascent soul leave to find a new body to seize. In the divinity transformation realm, the nascent soul could transform into the primordial spirit, which was a manifestation of the soul. The primordial spirit emergence was a unique method of the divinity transformation realm, and it did not sever the connection with the body. Below the divinity transformation realm, the primordial spirit couldn't be seen unless the primordial spirit chose to appear. When the primordial spirit emerged from the nascent soul, the cultivator's divine sense would undergo a tremendous change. Guan was immersed in this change. His nascent soul gradually became a green lotus, and as it bloomed, his primordial spirit slowly stood up, looking exactly like him, even with the appearance of clothes. The divinity transformation realm wasn't the end. Guan was still pushing towards a higher realm, and the spiritual energy he was devouring became more and more enormous. He noticed the forest outside the barrier started to tremble faintly too. This made him even more anxious. The commotion was too great. Guan dared not let the primordial spirit fly out of the lifespan barrier, fearing it would be detected by divinity transformation realm cultivators nearby. The Supreme Sect surely had divinity transformation realm cultivators. After all, some powerful elders in the outer sect could reach the nascent soul realm, let alone the inner sect and the main city of the sect. He even suspected that the Supreme Sect harbored cultivators in the void crossing realm. Otherwise, why would Li Xiandao, who was at the 8th floor of the divinity transformation realm, hide his cultivation? Time continued to pass. An ancient hour later, Gu An's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm. Suddenly, two figures swept through the night sky, and as he saw their true forms with his bare eyes, he immediately cast lifespan detection. Good heavens! Two nascent soul realm cultivators. Guan grew even more nervous, praying that no one would notice this patch of forest. The lifespan barrier could make him invisible to the outside world, but what if someone happened to walk through? Strong cultivators kept sweeping overhead, with the lowest cultivation being in the nascent soul realm. Soon, he saw figures of the divinity transformation realm, and not just one. Guan felt like he had poked a hornet's nest, especially as he was pushing towards the void crossing realm. requiring even more spiritual energy. This night was bound to be unsettled. It wasn't until dawn that Gu's cultivation began to slow down. First layer of the Void Crossing Realm. Reaching the Void Crossing Realm, the primordial spirit could roam 10,000 miles away in all aspects, whether it be spiritual power, divine sense, perception, or chi blood, would experience a leap in enhancement. Gu slowly stood up, the sunlight breaking through the sky and illuminating within the lifespan barrier, falling on him like a cloak of light. He looked towards the sunrise, wearing a smile. The spiritual power within him was vast and boundless, making him feel invincible. He closed the lifespan barrier and then walked towards Mystic Valley. The lifespan barrier alone had consumed nearly 2,000 years, showcasing just how great a commotion last night had been. With his breakthrough over, the world returned to normal, but the spiritual energy in the forest was far less than the previous day. Even Gu, who had reached the Void Crossing Realm, couldn't estimate the amount of spiritual energy absorbed last night. On his way back, Gu saw great cultivators flying overhead again. From last night till now, he had seen 7 Divinity Transformation Realm cultivators, making him marvel at the depth of the Supreme Sect's foundation. He quickly returned to Mystic Valley and then walked out of the pavilion to call the disciples for their exercises. "Master, the spiritual energy suddenly sank last night. Did you feel it?" Ian asked, frowning as he brought it up. Other disciples also spoke up, expressing their concerns as they had all felt it, fearing the abrupt collapse of Mystic Valley. Gu laughed and said, "This is the Supreme Sect, the safest place in the Taitsong dynasty. How could it collapse?" Upon hearing this, the disciples' concerns eased considerably. Wuxing guessed, "It might be related to some formation, probably a great cultivator in the sect breaking through, requiring vast spiritual energy." Clearly, he had encountered this in the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, but couldn't say it out loud. "Master, why do you seem somewhat different today?" Zhenqin stared at Gu, curiously asking. Gu rolled his eyes at her and said with exasperation, "Every day you think I change. If you want me to teach you some leg techniques, just say it directly." The other disciples burst into laughter, and Zhenqin also smiled embarrassedly. The exercises formally began, and during them, Gu familiarized himself with his new spiritual power. After the exercises, Gu did not return to his room, but walked towards the nearby forest. This time, to break through, he had exhausted quite a lot of medicinal herbs, affecting the harvest for the next 2 years. He had to clear the land to expand more garden areas. Sigh. A mighty void, crossing realm great cultivator planting flowers and herbs for you. The Supreme Sect should indeed be content. Gu thought happily to himself. As he entered the forest, another cultivator flew overhead, reassuring the disciples in Mystic Valley that the Supreme Sect was indeed paying attention to this matter, not leaving them unattended. By midday, Yilan returned to Mystic Valley. After chatting for a while, she finally managed to separate herself from the group of disciples and followed Gu into the pavilion above. After closing the door, she also went to close the windows. Moreover, she took out talisman papers and stuck them on the doors and windows. Gu looked at her nervously and asked, "Junior sister, what are you doing? Should he do it or not?" After completing all the isolation measures, Yilan finally sat at the table, pouring herself some tea as she said, "Senior brother, something major has happened. Perhaps the Demon Lord is about to attack." Gu was stunned, then sat down, curiously asking, "Who is the Demon Lord, and from which sect?" Chapter 43. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? My master suspects that the silent karma demon lord of the heavenly extinction sect is imminent, Yilan said solemnly. Gu frowned and asked, "Why make such a conjecture?" Last night, the spiritual energy of the outer sect was drained, and it even affected the inner sect. Coupled with the recent killing of Lin Futian from the Wanyin sect by the Flying Leaf Sword Immortal, all these incidents combined prove that the demon path is preparing to besiege the Supreme Sect. Draining the spiritual energy of the outer sect is the first step in their plan. Among the demon path, only the silent karma demon lord of the heavenly extinction sect can accomplish this. His heaven-swallowing demon skill is said to be able to make the life force of an area disappear within 1,000 miles, Yilan said, a look of fear flashing through her eyes. Guan was somewhat choked. It was he who killed Lin Futian and did what happened last night. Is the demon path taking the blame for him? Although Guan was passively forced to become a spy for the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, he never considered himself a demon cultivator. He thought for a moment and comforted her. Junior sister, don't worry. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. The Supreme Sect is the #1 sect in the Taitsong dynasty. Even if the demon path attacks, how difficult would it be to shake the Supreme Sect? Yilan took a deep breath and looked at Guan with a determined expression. She bit her lip and said, Senior brother, let's elope. I am now at the Foundation Establishment Realm. We can hide in the uninhabited forests and cultivate in isolation. I will help you reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. Guan almost couldn't keep his expression in check. Good heavens, is she trying to make a lifetime commitment with me by taking advantage of the situation? Guan said helplessly, Junior sister, you're exaggerating. Besides, there is no completely safe place in this world. If we hide in the deep mountains and encounter a core formation realm demon cultivator, how can we respond? And you're just speculating. I don't think the demon path will attack. If the demon path really plans to besiege the Supreme Sect, shouldn't they be here by now? Making so much noise and not taking action, are they giving the Supreme Sect time to gather the great cultivators outside? Yilan thought about it and felt it made sense. She thought for a moment and said, How about you come to the outer sect to lay low with me? Guan said seriously, Junior sister, you really don't need to worry about me. Don't let me affect your cultivation. Remember this. If you truly care about me, then strive to become stronger and take care of me later. This is also for your own good. If an immortal cultivator doesn't prioritize cultivation, they will eventually encounter a situation where they are powerless. Yilan felt ashamed, realizing that she was indeed a bit hasty. Senior brother, I am now at the 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm. It's not that easy for an average demon cultivator to kill me. Guan said with a proud smile. Yilan laughed out loud, then quickly covered her mouth and said, Senior brother, a demon cultivator daring to infiltrate the Supreme Sect can't possibly be at the energy cultivation realm. Lin Futian, who was killed earlier, was said to be at the Nascent Soul Realm. Guan snorted. What? A Nascent Soul Realm old monster doesn't need to lift a finger to kill me? Yes, Senior brother is the most powerful. Yilan laughed, the tension in her heart easing. Then, Guan inquired about the situation in the outer sect, and Yilan did not hide anything, telling him everything in detail. It was not until dusk that Guan saw her off. Originally, he planned to improve his cultivation and magic tonight, but hearing that the outer sect was already on guard, he dared not act recklessly and decided to lay low first. He still had a doubt in his mind. If he continued to break through while the nearby spiritual energy was drained, what would be the consequences? He guessed that the lifespan barrier might devour spiritual energy from further away, which would cause the Supreme Sect to take serious action. For the next 3 days, Guan stayed in the Mystic Valley and did not even go to the 8 scenic caves. Sky Dragon had already started cultivating. It didn't need to eat meat for many days, and besides, Guan had prepared a batch of mature green vine fruits for it, which it could eat when it got hungry. Guan and Sky Dragon had a soul resonance, so it could remember everything he instructed. Since its birth, it hadn't caused him any trouble and was a child he could rely on. This day at night, Guan was reading in the attic. With his exceptional 5 elements heavenly spirit root, just one breath could absorb the spiritual energy within a Tenjong radius and convert it into spiritual power very efficiently. Because the spiritual energy of the outer sect was still recovering, he could not cultivate and had to restrain himself. Suddenly, Guan sensed something and his eyes changed slightly. He did not get up but continued reading. After 30 minutes, a figure appeared outside his window. The person quietly pushed open the window and leaped inside. Guan immediately threw a lifespan detection toward him. Fuxiong Foundation Establishment Realm Second Layer 160/198/240. After encountering Li Xiandao and Lin Futian, Guan had become more reliant on lifespan detection because there were too many tricksters in the immortal cultivation world. Fuxiong appeared to be around 50, of average height, dressed in black, with dark circles around his eyes and eagle-like eyes, giving off a feeling of deep scheming. He stood up, looked at Guan, and asked, "Are you the Valley Master?" Guan frowned and asked, "I am." "Who are you, sir?" Fuxiong did not answer, but scrutinized him. After a few seconds, he suddenly said, "The Thousand Autumn Green Vine never regrets." Guan was silent. His divine sense had already spread out, confirming that Fuxiong came alone. He reluctantly replied, "The myriad spells silently seek the root." Upon hearing this, Fuxiong's face relaxed. He walked to the table and sat down as if he were at home. While pouring himself tea, he asked, "Where is Cheng Xiandan? Is he dead already?" Guan nodded and said, "Master has already left. What business do you have with me, senior? Do you know the whereabouts of the green vine tree?" Fuxiong took a sip of tea and asked, eyes scanning the room as he spoke. Aside from books, the room was filled with various medicinal herbs wrapped in spirit protection paper. Seeing that Fuxiong didn't seem genuinely concerned about the green vine tree, Guan asked, "What is the green vine tree?" Fuxiong's eyes returned to Guan as he asked, "Your master never told you?" Guan shook his head, indicating that he had not. "The green vine tree is the holy tree of our Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Over 200 years ago, our pavilion sent someone to bring a green vine tree to the outer sect of the Supreme Sect. However, as time passed, the clues were lost, and we don't know where the green vine tree is hidden," Fuxiong said, frowning. "It had arrived over 200 years ago?" Guan frowned, pondering if Jiang Qiong had concealed something from him. Fuxiong sighed. "To be honest, my master is about to break through to the Divinity transformation realm. Tribulation crossing is extremely perilous. I want to find some green vine fruits to aid him." Gu, in intrigue, asked, "What is the Divinity transformation realm?" "Above the Foundation Establishment is the Core Formation, and above that is the Nascent Soul. The stage beyond the Nascent Soul is Divinity transformation," Fuxiong said, stroking his beard with a smile, as if he were the one about to break through. "Is the Tribulation crossing for Nascent Soul Realm cultivators also dangerous? I heard that the Nascent Soul is already equivalent to an Immortal." Guan said in astonishment, "Immortal? Still far from it. Foundation Establishment to Core Formation also needs Tribulation crossing. Any Tribulation crossing is dangerous, a life or death situation. The higher the realm, the more perilous the lightning tribulation. My master has been preparing for 10 years to overcome it," Fuxiong said, his face showing signs of longing. Guan asked, "What preparations are needed? Can't you just directly undergo the tribulation crossing? How can that be possible?" "One must prepare elixirs to maintain spiritual power and heal injuries, have formations to support, and carry several sets of magic artifacts. I've never heard of anyone undergoing the tribulation directly." Fuxiong glared at Guan, thinking his questions were too foolish. Guan felt much relieved after hearing this. Fuxiong suddenly smiled. "I see you have quite a few medicinal herbs in your medicine valley. Why not become my disciple? In the future, I will support you and teach you magic. Every year, you just need to offer me 30% of Medicine Valley's yield. How about it?" Guan frowned again. Fuxiong whispered, "Kid, my master, which is your martial master, is in the inner sect. Once he breaks through to Divinity transformation, he will definitely become an elder. By then, whatever you want, you will get." Guan widened his eyes, asking in surprise, "If Senior's master can become an inner sect elder, doesn't that mean he has been lurking for many years? Why doesn't he know the whereabouts of the green vine tree?" "It's a long story. Let's discuss the matter of becoming my disciple first. Fuxiong said in a low voice. Gu hesitated. Is this senior master's intention? How could it be? My master doesn't even know him in this Medicine Valley. Kid, you're just a servant disciple. How could someone as important as my master pay any attention to you? Fuxiong was very displeased. Guan stood up, looking down at him, and asked one last question. Fuxiong frowned and said in a deep voice, What question? He really wanted to kill this kid in front of him. So much nonsense. Do you know what realm is above divinity transformation? What? Fuxiong was stunned, then suddenly enraged. How would he know the realm above divinity transformation? He thought the other was toying with him. Just as he was about to stand, Gu An's right hand was already pressing down on his head. He looked up and saw that Gu An's face was extremely cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, and his entire aura had dramatically changed. At this moment, Fuxiong felt like he was facing his master. No, his master wasn't this terrifying. He wanted to speak, but his consciousness quickly plunged into blankness, his eyes becoming vacant. Guan was using the soul-capturing skill. Although he previously couldn't master it, now with his exceptional 5 elements heavenly spirit root, he understood it quickly. Though not very proficient, it was enough to deal with Fuxiong. His spiritual power suppressed Fuxiong, and his divine sense forcefully intruded into Fuxiong's mind, searching aggressively. An hour later, Fuxiong had already perished. Guan reopened his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. This guy really didn't know the whereabouts of the green vine tree and wasn't sent by his master. Guan moved his right hand upward, lifting Fuxiong into the air. Spirit power fire emerged from his palm, starting to incinerate the other's body. He closed his eyes, not daring to watch the gruesome spectacle. The spirit fire of the void-crossing realm was immensely powerful. In under 4 breaths, Fuxiong turned to ashes, leaving only a storage bag. He gained 4 years of lifespan as a result. Guan checked it out, taking all the medicinal herbs and spirit stones inside. As for magic artifacts and talisman paper, fearing someone might track them, he burned them along with the storage bag. The next morning, Guan descended as if nothing had happened. When the disciples gathered for practice, he felt a pang of guilt. Damn, my actions are becoming like those of the demon path. Thus, a whole month passed without any Thousand Autumn Pavilion cultivators coming to find Gu and allowing him to relax. One day, Du Yi came by, and the two had a conversation in the attic. The third miss has mastered the Qilin step, and the clan leader is very pleased. He plans to celebrate her achievement with a banquet in the inner sect, and all G family servants must attend to help welcome the guests. In 10 days, meet me in front of the outer sect law enforcement hall. Prepare a batch of medicinal herbs as a gift. You might even earn the third miss favor, Du Yi said earnestly. Guan nodded, coming to a decision in his heart. Tonight, he would practice 8 direction step. Let's see how strong Ji Xiaoyu's Qilin step really is. Chapter 44. Supreme Mastery of Magic. Teleportation Array. Du Yi came quickly and left just as fast. Guan could feel his excitement, as if he truly considered himself a member of the Ji family. Guan was also very interested in the inner sect, and taking advantage of this opportunity to visit the inner sect through the Ji family banquet was a good thing. He planned to gather more spirit stones in the coming days, so he could make some purchases when he got to the inner sect. By the time nightfall came, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley, heading in the opposite direction of where he had broken through before. After traveling roughly 50 miles, he finally stopped. He sat before a mountain wall and summoned his attribute panel. He directly looked at the 8 direction step, investing 5,000 years of lifespan into it. This was a movement technique that not only helped in combat, but also in escaping, so it had to be improved. As his thoughts settled, one line of prompts after another appeared. You have invested 5,000 years of lifespan in the 8 direction step for evolutionary cultivation. You practice the 8 direction step for 1 year, successfully mastering it. You practice the 8 direction step for 10 years. Your understanding of it reached a peak. Your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practice the 8 direction step for 50 years. You had an epiphany, your 8 direction step advanced to the mysterious 8 direction step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 100 years. Your understanding of the mysterious 8 direction step reached a peak. Your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practiced the 8 direction step for 300 years. Your mysterious 8 directions step returned to simplicity. You captured a thread of space truth. Your mysterious 8 directions step advanced to the Qilin step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 1,000 years. Your Qilin step returned to simplicity. Your comprehension of movement technique and space improved. Your Qilin step advanced to the Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 4,000 years. Your persistent cultivation finally received heaven and earth's response. Your Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step broke the limit and advanced to the infinite traceless Mystic Heaven step. You practiced the 8 direction step for 5,000 years. Your infinite traceless Mystic Heaven step reached Mastery Realm. Your comprehension of space improved. 8 direction step, mysterious 8 direction step, Qilin step, Heavenly Dragon Mystic True step, infinite traceless Mystic Heaven step. Guin felt a surge of excitement, and a vast amount of memories began to flood into his mind. He quickly activated the lifespan barrier and immersed himself into his inheritance. An hour later, Guin opened his eyes. He first looked at the lifespan barrier. It had only consumed 200 years of his lifespan. Although inheriting cultivation techniques and spells did not increase one's cultivation level, it still required absorbing spiritual energy, because during evolutionary cultivation, no matter what one practiced, one was always in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Compared to his previous breakthrough to the Void Crossing realm, the spiritual energy he absorbed this time was not much. Guin looked back at his attribute panel, deep in thought. He surely needed to improve his cultivation level, but he wanted to avoid unnecessary attention for now. Moreover, he wanted to enhance his cultivation techniques before his cultivation level, planning to check if the inner sect had any 5-element skills. If not, he would grit his teeth and further the divine would pure yang skill to the end. After a moment of consideration, Guin decided to invest in the secret technique, the Demon Shadow divine skill, taught by Jiang Qiong from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Jiang Qiong said this secret technique was very suitable for espionage, and he wanted to see how suitable it was. He would make a small investment, just 2,000 years of lifespan. You have invested 2,000 years of lifespan in the Demon Shadow divine skill for evolutionary cultivation. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 10 years, and you began to master it. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 100 years, and it reached the Mastery realm. Your speed in casting it increased. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 200 years. It reached the peak. And your comprehension of movement technique improved. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 500 years. It returned to simplicity and advanced to the Freedom Demon Body skill. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 1,000 years. Your Freedom Demon Body skill reached the peak, and your comprehension of movement technique and causality improved. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 1,300 years. Your Freedom Demon Body skill returned to simplicity, advancing to the Great Yin-Yang transformation. You practiced the Demon Shadow divine skill for 2,000 years. Your Great Yin-Yang transformation reached the peak, and your comprehension of movement technique and causality improved. Demon Shadow divine skill, Freedom Demon Body skill, Great Yin-Yang transformation. It only advanced twice, indicating that this secret technique was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qiong had not lied to him. Guin immediately activated the life-span barrier, immersing his consciousness into the inheritance. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, a look of joy in them. This secret technique was indeed perfect for espionage. The Demon Shadow divine skill could cover the practitioner's body with demonic qi, forming a demonic shadow that even divine sense could not penetrate. The Great Yin-Yang transformation was even more exaggerated. It could not be forcibly dispelled, allowing the practitioner to maintain the demonic shadow state until death. without revealing their true form even after death. The most crucial part was that this technique could not be deduced, and neither magic artifacts nor Dharma treasures could reveal the true form. It was incredibly tyrannical. With this skill, Guin could accomplish many things in the future. Especially when combined with the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, it was unbeatable. The infinite traceless mystic heaven step contained the mystery of the teleportation divine power, and each step could bring forth a Dharma aspect, capable of evasion and attack, infinitely mysterious. Guin once again summoned his attribute panel, looking satisfied. Name, Guin, lifespan, 34/30823. Spirit root, supreme 5 elements heavenly spirit root. Cultivation level, void crossing realm first layer. Cultivation techniques, fire control art unmastered. Divine wood pure yang skill, mastery. Mystic yellow dragon energy skill, peak. Alchemy, initial insight. Myriad poison mystic skill unmastered. Yin yang art unmastered. Ultimate skills, Gale shadowless leg proficient. Taitsong divine shocking sword proficient. Infinite traceless. Mystic heaven step mastery. Great yin yang transformation peak. Wood spirit sword technique beginner. Ziwei array chronicles beginner. Spells, soul capturing skill beginner. Sword control technique proficient. Enchanting eyes unmastered. Poisonwood array initial insight. Wind control skill proficient. Corpse control skill unmastered. Divine skills, mystic yellow dragon might minor achievement. Tonight's harvest was quite fruitful. Guin deactivated the lifespan barrier, then stood up, taking a step forward. His figure vanished into thin air, reappearing in an instant several dozen feet away in the dense forest, then took another step and disappeared again. He seemed to be flickering continuously, showcasing the wonders of the infinite traceless mystic heaven step, and this was just a small try. The maximum distance he could cross was far greater than this. Soon, he returned to Mystic Valley. At noon, with the sun shining brightly, Guin stood in the city, looking at the towering buildings around him with curiosity in his eyes. The street he stood on was bustling with people, and there were even demon beasts in sight. In the sky, numerous cultivators were flying to and fro. Just this city alone probably had hundreds of thousands of people. The Supreme Sect had 4 inner sect cities, each with hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was truly astonishing. Guin suddenly felt he had underestimated the strength of the Supreme Sect and the vastness of the Taitsong dynasty. The 10-day period had already arrived. Long before yesterday, Guin had gone to the outer sect, where he had to assist the outer disciples in managing their caves. By the time he was done, it was already daylight, and by noon today, he found Du Yi, and the two of them used a teleportation array to reach the inner sect city directly. According to what Du Yi said, the outer sect city was thousands of miles away from the inner sect city, with the middle area inhabited by demon beasts raised by the Supreme Sect, along with some secret realms for disciples to train in, and the Medicine Valley where high-rank medicinal herbs were cultivated. The teleportation array is a good thing. I must study it thoroughly. Guin thought to himself. He had just asked Du Yi, and in the inner sect, everything was available for purchase, including formations, provided he had enough spirit stones or spirit energy elixirs. In the immortal cultivation world, spirit energy elixirs were also a form of currency, capable of restoring a cultivator's spiritual power and serving as a substitute for spirit stones. Various sects had standardized the specifications for spirit energy elixirs, and each elixir contained spiritual energy equivalent to a low-grade spirit stone with the same value. Since Li Xiandao invited him to manage the Medicine Valley, he had considered expanding the Medicine Valley. If every Medicine Valley had a teleportation array, it would be much more convenient. Guin, hurry up. Du Yi urged ahead, and Guin quickly followed his pace. Along the way, Du Yi introduced the buildings they passed. Guin listened attentively, planning to explore thoroughly in the coming days. The Ji family banquet would take days to conclude, so he had plenty of time to look around. Guin was not only listening, but also performing lifespan detection. He did not see anyone in the Foundation establishment realm, The worst cultivation level he saw was in the core formation realm. However, these core formation realm disciples were all over 200 years old. Walking through a few streets, Guin finally detected someone in the foundation establishment realm. That person was only 40 years old and already in the 9th layer of the foundation establishment realm. Clearly a genius who entered the inner sect based on spirit root qualifications. Dui seemed to be intentionally broadening Guin's horizons, walking at a slow pace, which Guin appreciated. An hour later, they arrived at a mansion, vast in size. The courtyard walls extended for miles, and the plaque above the gate had 2 large characters written on it. G Mansion. Oh dear, how bold. Could it be that all the G family's inner sect disciples lived here? Guin secretly wondered, having a bad intuition. If things continued like this, there would come a day when the Supreme Sect would suppress the G family. By then, he would truly become a spy for the G family. Although he was currently affiliated with the Supreme Sect, in his heart, the G family was certainly more important. The G family raised him, allowing him to grow into an adult and leading him to join the Supreme Sect, the #1 sect. Such kindness could not be repaid merely by offering low-rank medical herbs. Of course, Guin would not actively repay the G family, but if the G family needed him, as long as it was not excessive, he would not refuse. 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators guarded the gate of G Mansion. Guin initiated lifespan detection and noted their ages were over 100 years. Clearly not geniuses, likely house servants like Guin and Duyi. Duyi immediately stepped forward, presenting his token with humility, nodding and bowing. Then you shall take over from us. When night falls, we'll take you to your residence. Zhang Yin, one of the Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, said thoughtfully. Duyi dared not refuse and immediately accepted. And so, Guin and Du Yi began their guarding duty upon arrival. Standing before a Qilin stone statue, Guin suddenly had an idea. Du Yi, you cover for me. They'll give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. I want to buy some medicinal herb seeds in the inner sect. It's also for the 3rd missed task, Guin said. Upon hearing this, Du Yi hesitated but could not refuse. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This kid was really generous. So, after Guin handed over 100 low-grade spirit stones to Du Yi, he left and began wandering around the inner sect city alone. He had not gone far when a voice called out, Guin, what are you doing here? Chapter 45. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master? Guin turned his head and saw Zuolin, Liya's childhood friend, walking towards him. After many years, Zuolin's cultivation level was only at the 3rd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, likely still obsessively practicing his swordsmanship. Guin turned to him, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, The family summoned me to do some work, so I came. You still have a family? Weren't you born a house servant? Zuolin asked curiously. Guin replied, I am indeed a house servant of the G family. Our 3rd miss is about to hold a banquet, so I came along with other house servants to assist. What? You're from the G family? Zuolin's eyes widened. Guin countered, Didn't Senior Brotherly tell you? Zuolin shook his head and said he didn't. That's quite a coincidence. My father was also invited by the G family, and I came along for the fun. Isn't the G Mansion in the back? Where are you heading? He had always been very interested in Guin and felt that Guin was not simple, so he didn't want to miss this rare encounter. I'm planning to stroll around the inner sect city. Then I'll accompany you. Although I'm not an inner sect disciple, I've come here quite often, thanks to my father, Zuolin said enthusiastically, and Guin did not refuse. The 2 chatted while walking forward. Zuolin talked about his father, and through his words, Guin gained a deeper understanding of the hierarchy within the Supreme Sect. Generally, once a disciple reached a certain realm, they would move upwards, but some people chose the path of power, like Zuoyijian, who entered the Hall of Elders. Unlike other departments, the Hall of Elders was the power center of a city. The threshold for the outer sect Hall of Elders was the core formation realm, while the threshold for the inner sect Hall of Elders was the Divinity transformation realm. The Hall of Elders had absolute power in each city. It was said that in the main city of the sect, the power of the Hall of Elders was even higher, capable of deciding the position of the sect leader. Therefore, some nascent soul realm cultivators chose to stay in the outer sect as elders to continue benefiting themselves. Zhuo had come to the inner sect, but could not yet join the Hall of Elders. So he became the head of the inner sect's book collection hall, which was quite a prestigious position. It's all the fault of the flying leaf sword Immortal, who made my father obsessed. Now, he's always holding on to the investiture of the gods and never practices his swordsmanship, Zhuo said indignantly. Guan asked, "Do you not find the investiture of the gods good?" "It's excellent. Let me tell you, I like Yang Jian the most." Why isn't he a sword cultivator? When it came to the investiture of the gods, Zhuo became even more talkative. Guan secretly marveled, realizing that he had underestimated the impact of the investiture of the gods on the immortal cultivation world. Listening to Zhuo praising Pan and Guan initially felt a secret pleasure, but as it went on, he lost interest as he was not the real author. He wrote books mainly to earn spirit stones. Following that, Guan asked Zhuo to take him to the Scripture Pavilion. The main difference between the Scripture Pavilion and the Book Collection Pavilion was that the Scripture Pavilion housed all kinds of cultivation techniques and spells. On the way, Guan asked about the 5-element skill, only to be met with contempt from Zhuo. In the immortal cultivation world, most cultivation techniques focused on a single attribute, even if one possessed multiple spirit roots. Only a few would choose to retrain a different technique, relearning a cultivation technique. Although the realm remained, the process of reaccumulating spiritual power was enough to drive most cultivators crazy. Immortal cultivation was not like martial arts. It required years to accumulate power. No one wanted to retrace decades, or even centuries, let alone those old monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. They would only grit their teeth and push forward, delving deeply into one path, which was why the traditions of immortal cultivation was so diverse. Upon arriving at the Scripture Pavilion, Guan indeed did not find any 5-element skills, but he still bought basic skills for the other 4 attributes, choosing the cheapest ones, as he could use life force to enhance them. Spirit stones should be primarily used to buy seeds. Zhuo was puzzled why he was buying skills of different attributes, to which he replied they were for the disciples, earning Zhuo's respect. Back in Mystic Valley, Zhuo could sense his attitude towards the servant disciples. Guan didn't just curry favor with the imperial families Liya. He was also very kind to those of lower status. Perhaps Liya was right. He was indeed a good person. Zhuo thought so, looking at Guan's profile. "Brother Zhuo, could you take me to see the formations?" Guan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhuo immediately agreed. However, Guan felt a bit disappointed with the result. There were transmission arrays, but the prices were exorbitant. He couldn't afford them at all. He had to consider it another day. Although he was a void-crossing realm cultivator, he couldn't just rob them. Upon entering the inner sect, Guan felt that the supreme sect must have hidden void-crossing realm cultivators. After all, the threshold for inner sect elders was the Divinity transformation realm, and above that was the main city of the sect. Upon careful thought, the supreme sect was indeed powerful. So many demon cultivators had died in the outer sect, yet the demon path didn't dare launch an attack against the supreme sect. Furthermore, even spies like Jiang Xiong in the core formation realm only dared operate outside the outer sect. If the supreme sect was a large map, Guan was only active in a small corner. Up until evening, Guan said goodbye to Zhuo and returned to the entrance of the Ji Mansion, where Du Yi was still waiting, making him feel somewhat touched. "Why did you come back so late? Without me, you wouldn't be able to get in?" Du Yi complained. Guan smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and without saying much, the two walked into the Ji Mansion. As soon as he entered, Guan sensed multiple auras. It turned out that the Ji Mansion also had isolating restrictions. He even detected the aura of a Divinity transformation realm. Along the way, He cast lifespan detection on everyone he encountered. There were many people in the Ji mansion, and many of them were geniuses. Although Ji Xiaoyu only brought 5 people into the Supreme Sect, the Ji family had multiple branches, and each year, there were always new members entering various sections. After half an hour, Yi brought Gu in to see Ji Lin, this renowned outer sect genius. Ji Lin, Foundation Establishment Realm 9th Layer 36/330/936 years old, and at the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment Realm, very strong. He likely took a lot of elixirs. Guan thought while looking at Ji Lin, who took out the prepared medicinal herbs. Ji Lin was not arrogant and had a good attitude towards Guan. He painted a rosy picture for Guan, who pretended to be excited, making this meeting end perfectly. Afterward, Yi brought Gu into their residence. The two lived in the same courtyard, but each had their own room. A quiet night passed. Early the next morning, just as the sky got light, Yi pulled Guan out of the courtyard. The two waited at the main gate. They weren't the only ones. There were a dozen cultivators waiting too. Under the leader's arrangement, they stood in 2 rows, preparing to welcome the prestigious guests for today's banquet. An hour later, guests began to arrive. The first was a Nascent Soul Realm cultivator. After that person entered the mansion, Guan overheard other house servants discussing that he was from the Inner Sect Law Enforcement Hall, a figure of considerable power. As time went on, more guests arrived. Each leading figure of the groups had a minimum cultivation level of the Nascent Soul Realm, and there were quite a few from the Divinity Transformation Realm as well. No wonder Li Xiandao had to hide his cultivation level. Though he was at the 8th layer of the Divinity Transformation Realm, he was still far from invincible. One person's arrival caught Gu An's attention. It was Luo Xuanya, Fuxiang's master. Guan remembered his face from searching Fuxiang's soul. Luo Xuanya, Nascent Soul Realm 9th Layer 254/804/1300, 254 years old, and at the 9th layer of the Nascent Soul Realm. He was quite the genius. The Ji family representative attending to the guests was clearly on good terms with Luo Xuanya. They exchanged pleasantries for a while. Who would have thought this man was a demon cultivator? Guan thought silently. Throughout, he never spoke, just stood there quietly, which was quite relaxing. Another half hour passed, and Guan spotted another spy from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Jiang Qiong, Nascent Soul Realm 1st Layer 192/700/2490, 7 years without seeing her, and she had managed to successfully pass the tribulation. Jiang Qiong wore the attire of an Inner Sect disciple, her expression cold and devoid of the flirtatiousness she had when facing Guan before. She merely glanced at Guan, and the two had no interaction as she entered the Ji mansion. Why is she here? It shouldn't be just to celebrate, right? Guan pondered in confusion. Would Jiang Qiong scheme against the Ji family? Pan! Suddenly, a voice full of joy caught Gu An's attention. He saw Gu Yu, whom he had met once at the book collection hall in the outer sect, walking towards him quickly. Behind Gu Yu was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although his breath was faint, clearly the result of some energy-concealing sorcery. Guan instinctively cast lifespan detection. Gu Zong, Void Crossing Realm, 2nd Layer 690/1805/2800, what a guy. Void Crossing Realm. Sure enough, the Supreme Sect had concealed Void Crossing Realm cultivators. This man's surname was also Gu, obviously sharing blood with Gu Yu. Guan had suspected that Gu Yu was no ordinary person. Guan, are you the Ji family? Gu Yu asked excitedly as he approached Guan. Guan nodded and said, I am merely a house servant. With your talent, why be a house servant? He'll have my father bring you into the Inner Sect. Gu Yu said grandly, drawing the attention of the nearby Ji family members. Gu Yu turned to Gu Zong and said, Father, this is the person I often mention. Take him under your wing. The cultivators behind Gu Zong, all at the Nascent Soul and Divinity Transformation realms, curiously studied Gu, and upon hearing this, crap, how'd it come to this guy? Guan cursed inwardly. Gu Zong frowned and said, "Such behavior in public is unbecoming." Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, a great cultivator knew not to break the rules in public. Gu Zong looked at Guan, and his severe expression suddenly softened, replaced by a warm smile. He said, "Little friend, I am Gu Zong. Would you accept me as your master?" This statement caused everyone to react dramatically. Dui looked at Guan in disbelief. The breath Guan had just released was held again. "Senior, my spirit root qualification is mediocre. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be your disciple," Guan said helplessly. Gu Zong smiled and said, "I choose my disciples based on fate, not qualifications. What you've written is quite good. I like a lot." In front of everyone, how could Guan agree? Furthermore, he didn't like to have a master of the same realm. He had been forced to accept Cheng Xiandan as his master back then. "I need to discuss this with someone. I hope you understand, Elder," Guan said, taking a deep breath and feigning difficulty. Hearing this, Gu Zong laughed aloud. As he walked inside, he patted Guan's shoulder and left these words before entering the Ji mansion. "After the banquet, we'll have a proper talk. You don't have to be my disciple. Help me with one thing, and he'll fulfill any request you have." Gu Yu winked at Gu and before following in his father's footsteps. After this group of guests entered, the surrounding Ji family members gathered around, asking what Guan had written to earn Gu Zong's favor. An elderly cultivator jokingly said, "Could it be that the investiture of the gods was written by you?" Guan smiled and said, "I wish I had written it." Du Yi snorted, "How could he possibly have written the investiture of the gods? It's probably something related to planting medicinal herbs." Others joined in the ribbing. After this episode, Guan's presence skyrocketed. Just when Guan was looking for a way to escape, a Ji family cultivator came out from the mansion and said, "Who is Guan? The third miss requests your presence." Chapter 46, Primordial Daoist Talisman, Demon Path Ambition. "He's Guan." Dui gave Guan a push, making Guan stagger slightly. Then he looked at the summoning cultivator and said, "I'm Guan. Come on." The cultivator responded, then turned and walked toward the mansion. Guan followed his steps, puzzled, wondering what Ji Xiaoyu wanted with him. He had very little interaction with Ji Xiaoyu in his childhood, since their statuses were vastly different. After Guan left, the Ji family cultivators guarding the gate gathered around Du Yi, inquiring about Gu, and Du Yi's expression became somewhat unnatural as he answered them one by one. Meanwhile, Guan followed the summoning cultivator for 2 miles before arriving at Ji Xiaoyu's courtyard. The summoning cultivator stopped outside the courtyard gate, raised his hand to signal Gu and to enter the courtyard, then turned and left. Guan could already sense Ji Xiaoyu's presence. By his judgment, Ji Xiaoyu was also at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but was much stronger than Ji Lin. He stepped into the courtyard, which was filled with a bamboo grove and spring scenery, although it was autumn. Walking along the bamboo grove's path, he soon saw a pool surrounded by white spirit mist. In the mist, a figure was sitting and cultivating, vaguely revealing it to be a woman. As he approached, he clasped his hands in salute toward Ji Xiaoyu in the pool and said, "Guan greets the 3rd Mississippi." Ji Xiaoyu, dressed in green, sat cross-legged, hovering above the pool's surface, her hands forming a mudra on her knees. Her long hair was tied atop her head with 3 pearl-inlaid hairpins, with 2 strands of hair drifting beside her cheeks. Her forehead was white and bright like jade, with a faint red line appearing indistinctly. In terms of features, only Jiang Qiong could compare in Guan's mind. Unlike Jiang Qiong's ambiguous, enchanting aura, Ji Xiaoyu was like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. There was no emotion on her face, exuding an untouchable, sacred aura. Guan recalled the scene when he first met Ji Xiaoyu as a child. Even then, he felt Ji Xiaoyu was not like other children. Her eyes seemed seasoned by the years. He immediately used a lifespan detection skill. Ji Xiaoyu, Foundation Establishment Realm Level 934/830/8900. What the hell? An extreme lifespan of 8,900 years? The most crucial part was that she was only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. How could she have an 830-year lifespan? Guin was shocked, suddenly thinking that Ji Xiaoyu was not just a dual spirit root. You did well earlier. After the banquet, you should meet Gu Zong. You can apprentice under him. Ji Xiaoyu spoke without opening her eyes. Her voice was melodious, gentle, yet authoritative. This guy actually eavesdropped on the conversation at the gate. Guin inwardly scoffed, but outwardly he replied, "Third miss, I truly do not wish to apprentice under him. I can see his identity is not simple, and his cultivation must be high. However, I have mediocre talent. If I apprentice under a renowned master, I might get into trouble. I just want to stay in my medicine valley and live out my days peacefully, contributing a batch of medicinal herbs to third miss annually, which already satisfies me." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes. The mist before her dispersed, and she turned her head, giving Guin a sideways glance. The corners of her eyes seemed drawn with a single stroke, slightly raised, adding a touch of intensity to her soft eyes. Her bright eyes seemed to want to see through Guin's heart. Guin slightly lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact. It wasn't out of fear. It was just that his current apparent identity was a house servant at the 9th level of the energy cultivation realm. He had to keep up the act. Then don't apprentice, but you still have to meet Gu Zong since he wants to see you. This matter proves to be difficult for you. So tell me, is there anything I can do for you? It'll certainly help if I can, Ji Xiaoyu said softly. Perhaps it was because Ji Xiaoyu saved Gu and when they were young that Gu and had a favorable impression of her. Hence, after hearing her words, he didn't hold back, saying, "Third miss, my mystic valley is too small. I want to plant more medicinal herbs. Can you help me get another medicine valley? But please, don't move me from Mystic Valley. I can't bear to leave my hard work behind." Hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu fell into silence. Guin wasn't in a hurry, patiently waiting for her response. If she couldn't help, he could always rely on Gu Zong. He could roughly guess why Gu Zong wanted to meet him. What would a rider be needed for? Ji Xiaoyu finally spoke. "I can't fully promise regarding the Medicine Valley. This area isn't the Ji family's land, and you don't want to leave your Mystic Valley. I will give it my best shot. Besides, you can make another request." Guin immediately said, "Could you give me a teleportation array formation to connect both Medicine Valleys, making travel easier? That's not difficult. After the banquet concludes, they'll have someone deliver it to you." "Thank you, Third Miss." Guin smiled, clasping his hands in a salute again. Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes and asked, "By the way, what exactly did you write that made Gu Zong value you so much, even wanting to accept you as his disciple?" Guin thought for a moment, realizing that there was no hiding it. He decided to be honest, since Ji Xiaoyu might investigate him later anyway. By being straightforward, he could have the Ji family's protection. Investiture of the gods. When Guin uttered these 4 words, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes widened, looking at him with amazement. "You wrote Investiture of the Gods? How do you know so much?" Ji Xiaoyu asked with a frown. Guin sighed helplessly. "I made it up. It's not real." Currently, many people believe that Investiture of the Gods depicted ancient history. Even people like Zuolin and Wuxin thought so, and it made Guin anxious for a while. If he hadn't checked the Outer Sect's book collection hall and found no records related to Huaxia, he might have believed Investiture of the Gods was real. Made up? But the world you describe is so vast, and those Daoist sorceries are fascinating, Ji Xiaoyu said softly. Clearly, she also enjoyed reading Investiture of the Gods. Guin pretended to be awkward, unsure of how to respond. "You mustn't tell anyone else about this. The impact of Investiture of the Gods is immense. The name of Pan and has spread throughout the Taizong dynasty, and other sects are looking for you," Ji Xiaoyu warned. She thought for a moment, then raised her right hand. The jade ring on her middle finger glowed, and a small bronze sword appeared in her palm. This is a talisman treasure. You only need to infuse spiritual power to activate it. It can kill core formation realm cultivators. Keep it for self-defense. Ji Xiaoyu's words made Gu and take a closer look at the bronze sword. It was his first time encountering such a talisman treasure. Jiang Xiong had once mentioned that talisman treasures couldn't acknowledge a master and required stored spiritual power to be used. They were usually given by great cultivators to their juniors for protection. He hadn't expected to receive one today. He didn't refuse and accepted the bronze sword. Go rest in your room. You don't need to guard the gates anymore. Ji Xiaoyu closed her eyes again, her tone returning to its earlier indifference. Guan raised his hand in a salute, then turned and left. After leaving the courtyard, Guan was secretly curious. He sensed something indescribable and elusive from Ji Xiaoyu that made one inexplicably want to possess it. He didn't dwell on it further and walked toward his own courtyard. As more guests arrived, the Ji mansion became livelier, with people everywhere. Cultivators in the Divinity transformation realm chatted and laughed, with nascent soul cultivators accompanying them, while those in the core formation realm bustled about, highlighting the stark status differences brought by cultivation levels in the Ji mansion. As Guan walked, he suddenly saw someone. Jiang Qiong. The two met in a corridor, facing each other. Guan remained calm, his expression unchanged, and Jiang Qiong did the same. They brushed past each other, their shoulders almost touching. Suddenly, Guan felt a jade pendant being slipped into his left hand. Use your divine sense to examine it in your room. Pretend we don't know each other. Jiang Qiong's voice echoed in Gu An's ear. She used the sound transmission skill. Guan clenched the jade pendant in his hand and walked away without looking back. The two parted ways as if they were strangers. In his room, Guan sat in meditation on his bed, clutching the jade pendant in his left hand with the back of his hand facing upwards. Even inside, he didn't let the pendant be exposed. He directed his divine sense into the jade pendant, soon frowning. Inside the pendant was a remnant of Jiang Qiong's divine sense, explaining why she had come to the Ji mansion. Jiang Qiong's target this time was Ji Xiaoyu. Not only her, but the Thousand Autumn Pavilion and other Demonopath sect had also sent spies to seize the Primordial Daoist Talisman within Ji Xiaoyu. The Primordial Daoist Talisman was a unique power akin to a bloodline, inherent from birth. But once the possessor formed a core, the talisman would appear on the golden core. At this point, if the golden core was snatched, the talisman would leave the cultivator's body. According to Jiang Qiong, the Daoist talisman was an extremely rare phenomenon, encountered once in a millennium, even rarer than the heavenly spirit root, and held profound, fate-altering capabilities. No wonder Ji Xiaoyu's lifespan was so absurd. It was because of the primordial Daoist talisman. Guan found himself in a dilemma. On one side was Jiang Qiong, and on the other was Ji Xiaoyu. Who should he support? Forget it. He decided not to get involved. Jiang Qiong wouldn't act until Ji Xiaoyu formed her core, and by then, he would be back in the Mystic Valley. He was very curious about the primordial Daoist talisman. The mysterious energy he had sensed from Ji Xiaoyu. Was that the talisman's aura? Even a great cultivator in the void-crossing realm like him couldn't help but desire it, indicating the immense power contained within the talisman. As time passed, the banquet proceeded smoothly, with the lurking demon cultivators making no rash moves. At midday, Ji Xiaoyu demonstrated the Qilin step for the guests, and Guan witnessed this from the courtyard. Ji Xiaoyu stepped out from the courtyard, each step ascending towards the sky. With every step, a Qilin Dharma aspect appeared beneath her feet. After 7 steps, the Qilin Dharma aspect enveloped her figure, making it seem like 7 dark red Qilins stood in the air. Quite a spectacular sight. With his enhanced vision, Guan could tell that Ji Xiaoyu could take 2 more steps. 9 steps were her current limit with the Qilin step. However, the ultimate limit of the Qilin step wasn't 9 steps. When practiced to the peak creation realm, one could take 1,000 steps, with 1,000 Qilins acting like clones to either attack or confuse the enemy. Nevertheless, Ji Xiaoyu achieving the Qilin step by 34 was indeed impressive. With it, she could easily dominate those at the same cultivation level. In the evening, Du Yi brought Gu Zong and Gu Yu to find Gu, and Du Yi left after showing the way, not daring to interfere. An hour later, Gu Zong left with a satisfied smile. Guin escorted them to the courtyard gate. Gu Yu turned back, winking at Guin. Remember, in my story, I must have many beautiful companions. They'll find you within half a year, and the Medicine Valley, I promised, won't be small. Chapter 47 Demon Shadow, Divine Skill. First showing of Divine Might. The purpose of Gu Zong seeking out Gu and was to have him write his deeds into a book. Naturally, Guin did not refuse. After all, it was not as if he were asked to write Gu Zong as the protagonist of the investiture of the gods. In exchange, Gu Zong would promote Gu An's status to an outer disciple and grant him a Medicine Valley twice the size of Mystic Valley. Half a year later, Gu would bring the items to Gu and writing a book in exchange for Medicine Valley. Guin thought it was a good deal, especially since he usually had nothing to do. That night, after Du Yi returned to the house, he asked Gu and what Gu Zong had wanted from him. Sect's secrets. Are you sure you want to probe? Guin asked meaningfully, scaring Du Yi so much that he shuddered and dared not ask again. The next morning, after the guests from G Mansion left, a cultivator approached Gu and handed him a storage bag, saying it was from the 3rd Mississippi Gu, and scanned it with his divine sense and found it contained materials for formations, quite abundant ones. Guin hesitated whether to remind Ji Xiaoyu, but seeing that the number of Ji family cultivators present today had not decreased but increased, with many even meditating on the eaves, he knew the Ji family had already sensed danger. Since that was the case, he did not need to worry about it. At midday, Guin followed Du Yi, still returning to the outer gate city via the teleportation array. After bidding farewell to Du Yi, Guin headed towards Mystic Valley. He had already begun to plan the planting schedule for the 2nd Medicine Valley in his mind. Coupled with Li Zuando's Medicine Valley, he would have 3 Medicine Valleys, which would inevitably lead to a significant increase in lifespan income in the future. Even though he had reached the first level of the Void Crossing realm, Guin still wouldn't mind having more lifespan. There must be many more levels above the Void Crossing realm, and the higher one goes, the more lifespan is needed. His goal was immortality, to climb to the peak of the immortal cultivation path. Standing on a flying sword, soaring through the world, Guin stood in the wind, carrying the dream of spring and autumn's longevity in his heart. When he returned to Mystic Valley, his brow furrowed. He controlled his sword to land, the flying sword following him into his storage bag. Not far away, Yin, who was weeding, saw him and immediately ran over. "Master, you're finally back. Yesterday, an elder came to our Medicine Valley to stay temporarily," Yi Yin reported first. Guin nodded and said, "I know. You continue with your work." He noticed the surrounding mountains and forests of Mystic Valley had flags hidden among the weeds. Clearly, it was a formation. First, he sensed the other's aura, then pretended not to notice the formation, walking toward the direction of the cultivator's aura, quickly observing his medicinal herbs along the way. Good heavens! 6 4th-grade medicinal herbs were missing. Guin's eyes instantly turned cold. The other's cultivation level was not simple, a cultivator of the Divinity transformation realm. But even if it was a Divinity transformation cultivator, anyone who dared to steal his herbs had to pay the price. Guin arrived at Xiaochuan's courtyard, where he saw someone alchemy. The pill furnace looked ancient, half the height of a person, emitting wisps of green smoke. The alchemist was an elder, hunched, short, and chubby, with white hair tied into a bun at the back by a grass rope. Xiao Qianli, 2nd-level Divinity Transformation, 486/930/1050. After confirming that the other had no hidden cultivation, Guin immediately approached and asked, "May I know the senior's name and origin?" His tone was very abrupt, quite different from his usual attitude towards people. Chiu Qianli stood up, turned to Guan, and laughed. This old man's name is Chiu Qianli. I passed by this medicine valley and wanted to stay for a few days. Guan asked, is Senior from the Supreme Sect? Because Ji Xiaoyu was about to form a core formation, he had to doubt the other's identity. Usually, divinity transformation cultivators wouldn't come to his medicine valley. The busy disciples noticed the commotion and all glanced toward the courtyard. They could sense that Chiu Qianli had an unusual background, so they were relieved when they saw Guan return. What about you? Are you the owner of this medicine valley? Chiu Qianli asked with a smile. Guan replied, yes, Senior. Why don't you answer me? Chiu Qianli shook his head and laughed, muttering to himself, an individual cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm dares to talk to this old man like that. He suddenly squatted and struck the ground with his palm. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the flags hidden in the woods around them vibrated, releasing demonic Qi. The demonic Qi quickly rose, forming a demonic web that covered the entire Mystic Valley. Then the web turned transparent, as if nothing had happened. What do you want to do? Guan pretended to be panicked and asked. The disciples in the distance sensed something was amiss and immediately ran over. Xiaochuan and Yi Yan were the first to arrive, followed by Wu Xin, Zhen Xin, and Su Han. Others who arrived did not dare to get close, watching nervously from the courtyard's exterior. Su Han stood in front with a sword in hand, but from his trembling legs, it was clear he was very nervous. Zhen Xin's face turned pale with fear, but she still stood in front of Guan, making him want to laugh. Such a silly girl. Chiu Qianli's right palm was enveloped in sinister demonic qi. He stood up slowly, showing a ferocious smile. Since the Valley Master has returned, this old man will no longer hide. If you want to live, then behave yourselves. Otherwise, this old man will skin you and extract your souls, leaving you to beg for life but unable to die. Feeling his terrifying aura, all the disciples were filled with dread. Wu Xin gathered his courage and asked, we are all servant disciples. Even if you refine our souls, it won't benefit you. Let's talk properly. What do you want us to do? He was afraid Guan couldn't see through the other's cultivation, so he spoke first. Chiu Qianli sneered, you're smart. From now on, stay in the valley and await my orders. This old man needs to use your medicine valley to refine elixirs. Don't think about escaping. My formation is invisible and colorless. Even core formation cultivators would turn into a pool of blood upon touching it. Everyone had seen the formation just now, so they believed his words. Chiu Qianli looked at Guan, sneering, Valley Master, this old man now tells you this old man is from the Wanyin Sect. What do you think? The Wanyin Sect. Truly haunting. Guan had hardly killed anyone in his life, except for Fu Xiong, and everyone else was from the Wanyin Sect. Guan pretended to be frightened and gritted his teeth. Please forgive my previous offense, Senior. As long as you don't harm my disciples, feel free to ask for anything, even refining my soul first. Hearing this, the disciples panicked but dared not speak out, fearing they would anger Chiu Qianli. Wu Xin clenched his fists inside his sleeves, regretting, if only I'd practiced diligently, achieving greatness in cultivation, how could I let Senior brother? Zhen Xin, Xiaochuan, Su Han, and Yi Yan had similar thoughts. Chiu Qianli laughed, a scornful laugh. Guan quickly said, Senior, I have 5th grade medicinal herbs in my room, perfect for medicinal primer. Do you need them? Not bad. You are sensible. Go quickly. Chiu Qianli waved his sleeve. Guan immediately ran towards his building. Others watched Chiu Qianli warily, afraid he would act unpredictably. Chiu Qianli picked at his ear and then looked at Zhen Xin, laughing. Little girl, come here and assist this old man. Seeing his sinister smile, Zhen Xin felt disgusted and more terrified. What should she do? Judging by the formation just now, no one in the valley could handle this demonic cultivator. Just as Zhen Xin was feeling uneasy, a purple-black figure appeared beside Chiu Qianli out of thin air. Chiu Qianli's pupils shrank, instinctively turning to look. So fast. How is this possible? Qiu Qianli was about to make a move, but the other's right hand, like a sword, pierced through his chest, lifting him in the air. His eyes widened, looking at the person below him in disbelief. This was a figure surrounded by dark purple flames, its true form indistinguishable, as if it came from the Nine Netherworld. Wu Xin, Zhen Qin, and the others were also terrified by the sudden appearance of this mysterious figure, retreating in unison. Thou and magical shadow, divine skill of Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Qiu Qianli said tremblingly, his voice full of fear. He shockingly discovered he couldn't mobilize his spiritual power, the previous strike shattering his golden core, the other's domineering power repressing his primordial spirit within, unable to exit. The opponent must be above the Divinity transformation realm. Using the great yin-yang transformation, Guan glanced at Wu Xin. Wu Xin seemed to realize something, his face changing drastically. Following that, Guan suddenly clenched his hand that pierced Qiu Qianli, terrifying sword qi erupting, instantly shattering Qiu Qianli's body, leaving only his primordial spirit hanging on Gu An's arm, while his storage bag fell in Gu An's other hand. Blood and flesh splattered. Wu Xin and the others were also splashed, but they were too frightened to react, standing there dazedly. Qiu Qianli's primordial spirit trembled, but before he could finish, he was crushed by Gu An's domineering power. Gu An's figure then vanished. The next second, the sound of a door being smashed came from a distance, and Guan, holding the 5th-grade tiger blood flower, leaped down from the balcony of his building. He quickly rushed to the courtyard where Wu Xin and the others were, shouting loudly, "Senior, don't act recklessly." He jumped over the courtyard wall and came to Zhen Qin's side, looking at the bloodstains all over the courtyard. He quickly turned to look at the disciples and saw that no one was missing, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked nervously, "That demon, where did he go?" His voice was very low, as if afraid Qiu Qianli would hear it. Zhen Qin seemed to wake up, screamed, and then grabbed Gu An's robes, trembling, "Master, he died." The other disciples also awakened, turning to look in other directions, afraid that mysterious demonic figure would reappear. It took Guan a while to understand what had just happened from their words. It's safe to say, acting is exhausting. Guan called the disciples to remain vigilant, not to relax. At the same time, he secretly exerted strength with his right foot, spiritual power spreading through the ground, destroying the invisible formation. Above Mystic Valley, a demonic curtain suddenly appeared, followed by the mysterious demonic formation starting to collapse, the demonic qi dissipating into thin air, as if it had never appeared, with autumn leaves falling from the mountaintop. The formation is dissolved. Yan asked cautiously. Wu Xin took a deep breath, looking at Guan. "Senior brother, let's talk somewhere else." Killing Qiu Qianli yielded 66 years of lifespan. Not bad. Feeling cheerful, Guan pretended to look puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The two walked towards Gu An's building, while the other disciples gathered together, discussing what just happened. Inside the building, Wu Xin closed the door, turned to Guan, gritting his teeth. "The one who acted earlier should be a great cultivator from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, probably sent by my father to protect me." Chapter 48. Yangwood Primordial Skill, Void Crossing Realm 9th Layer. Looking at Wuxin's complex expression, Guan wanted to laugh, but years of acting experience kept him from breaking character. Guan's expression constantly changed from shock to a sigh of relief and finally to tension. Wuxi noticed his senior brother's changing expressions, feeling more awkward, but he did not regret revealing this matter. Since opening his heart last time, Wu Xin felt that his senior brother had become the closest person to him, and there should be no secrets between them. "This matter must not be spoken about, or I won't be able to protect you." Gu took a deep breath and said seriously, Wu Xin nodded solemnly, recalling the previous battle with a shiver of fear. Guan curiously asked, "Can you recognize the person from before? And what realm is he?" He wanted to probe the depth of Thousand Autumn Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wu Xin scratched his head and guessed. "I didn't see his true face. He might be at the Nascent Soul Realm. His movement technique was too fast. I feel that a core formation realm cultivator wouldn't have such ability." Guan was stunned. "This naive kid," he sighed and said, "You say your father doesn't care about you, but look, he still sent someone to protect you. He doesn't care about me indeed, but it might also be that he didn't want to lose face, or perhaps the person who acted was just here on a mission for Supreme Sect." Wu Xin guessed. He wasn't moved by this, still harboring resentment towards his father. Afterward, Guan gave a few more instructions and then took Wu Xin downstairs. Guan did not let the disciples clean the courtyard, but kept the scene to let Wu Xin report to the Inner Sect's law enforcement hall the next day. All the disciples in the valley had witnessed the battle before, so it couldn't be hidden, and it was better to inform Supreme Sect in advance. He stood in front of Qiu Qianli's pill furnace, observing the medicinal liquid inside. He couldn't tell what kind of elixir Qiu Qianli was refining, but decided to keep it for Supreme Sect to decide. That night, Guan came to 8 scenic caves. After feeding Sky Dragon with mutton, as usual, he took out Qiu Qianli's storage bag. He emptied its contents and then destroyed the storage bag. He had to admit that a Divinity Transformation Realm cultivator was indeed rich. Just the Spirit Stones and Spirit Energy Elixirs alone were a huge sum. He checked everything one by one, burning all the useless things to avoid being tracked down. He also removed Qiu Qianli's imprint from those magic artifacts, making them ownerless. In the end, he was left with a letter containing a blank piece of paper that needed to be read with divine sense, and moreover, only at the Divinity Transformation Realm could one peek into it. After some probing, he discovered why Qiu Qianli had come. It was for the Primordial Daoist Talisman. Qiu Qianli's task was to assist the Wanyin Sect spy in seizing the Primordial Daoist Talisman in the Outer Sect. Apart from Thousand Autumn Pavilion, Wanyin Sect also had many spies planted within Supreme Sect. Being entrusted to Qiu Qianli, that person's cultivation level must be high. Demon Path spies are truly pervasive. How many people, like himself before, had no choice? Guan lamented in his heart, and then stood up to check the medicinal herbs in 8 scenic caves. The next morning, Wu Xin took Tang Yu and Su Han to the Outer Sect. Guan instructed the other disciples to continue their usual work, be it herding sheep, weeding, or watering. By noon, the 3 returned quickly because they had ridden on a core formation realm cultivator's magic artifact, a huge redwood fan carrying dozens of people, including Yilan. When everyone landed, Guan went up to greet them. Leading the group was an elder of the law enforcement hall named Murong-ing. Murong-ing, core formation realm 3rd layer 268/503/908. Murong-ing wore a purple robe, tall and handsome, with black and white hair, exuding the aura of a superior in every gesture. After listening to Gu An's account of the incident, he nodded slightly and said, "You did well. We will now sweep this area thoroughly, not allowing any demon cultivators to lurk." Guan immediately expressed his thanks. The disciples of the law enforcement hall did not converse much with the valley disciples. They went to Xiaochuan's courtyard, witnessing the bloodstains on the walls and ground, all feeling a chill down their spines. Murong-ing approached Qiu Qianli's pill furnace, looked inside, and soon frowned. Meanwhile, Yilan came to Gu An's side to comfort him. Guan had asked Wu Xin to find her first, as it would be easier to request the law enforcement hall's assistance with her intervention. So, upon hearing about the trouble in Mystic Valley, she couldn't wait to come. Half an hour later, Murong-ing took the pill furnace and called the disciples of the law enforcement hall to leave. Watching the figures of the departing law enforcement hall disciples, Zhen Qin couldn't help but look at Guan and ask, "Is it over just like that?" Guan never expected much from the law enforcement hall. He only wanted to report the incident so he wouldn't be labeled a Demon Path spy. "They will investigate," Just trust your martial uncle Yi, Guan said with a smile. Zhen Qin thought it made sense. However, the law enforcement hall's attitude still aroused her determination. She secretly vowed to become an outer sect disciple as soon as possible. Qiu Qianli may have been just a disturbance for Mystic Valley, but for Guan, it was a warning. How many times has Mystic Valley faced such danger? This is not good. I need to improve my cultivation level. In the blink of an eye, 7 days quickly passed. That night, Guan quietly left Mystic Valley and sat down in a forest 100 miles away. He called up his attribute panel, focusing on divine would pure yang skill. First, upgrade the cultivation technique. He immediately invested 10,000 years of lifespan. Eventually, divine would pure yang skill completed an upgrade, becoming yang would primordial skill, and its achievement also reached the mastery realm. Yang would primordial skill also awakened a divine skill, which made Guan pleasantly surprised. He immediately activated the lifespan barrier to inherit the yang would primordial skill. An hour later, the inheritance was complete, and Guan understood the profoundness of the divine skill. This divine skill was named Yang Wood Boundless. It could inject spiritual power into the earth, forming Yang Wood that covered the land and could devour the essence energy of living beings and even spiritual power. It was extremely terrifying, capable of covering 10,000 miles as long as the caster's spiritual power was sufficient. A very domineering divine skill. Guan really liked it. Guan continued to look at the cultivation level on the attribute panel. He planned to raise his cultivation level to the 9th level of crossing Void Realm. As for breaking through, he feared the commotion would be too large, especially since he only had a little over 20,000 years of lifespan left. He first invested 1,000 years of lifespan, successfully advancing from the 1st layer to the 4th layer of crossing Void Realm, which was quite good. However, after investing another 1,000 years of lifespan, his cultivation level only reached the 5th layer of crossing Void Realm. In the end, after calculating, he used a total of 7,500 years of lifespan, reaching the 9th layer of crossing Void Realm. He had a little over 13,000 years of lifespan left, so he stopped there. As the nature's spiritual energy poured into him, he began to carefully comprehend the mysteries within his body. He couldn't always rely on increasing his lifespan. He also wanted to establish his own understanding of cultivation. The nature's spiritual energy flowed into his body, gathering on his golden core, generating spiritual power and nurturing his muscles, bones, and primordial spirit. His cultivation level continued to improve as a result. Even in the crossing Void Realm, the cultivator's golden core remained in the Dantian, and after reaching the crossing Void Realm, Guan could feel the importance of the golden core even more. This made him think of the golden core Dao in Daoist mythology. The core formation realm might have just laid the foundation, while the true mysteries of the golden core needed to be explored at higher realms, just like the spirit root. Guan always felt that cultivating a single spirit root to a certain stage would hit a wall. Immortals couldn't be all-powerful with just one attribute, could they? The primordial spirit and golden core were the same. The primordial spirit was the manifestation of the soul, allowing the cultivator to break free from the mortal constraints of the flesh. Guan wanted to try in the future if he could integrate the yang would primordial skill with other attribute skills to create a 5-element skill that perfectly matched his superior 5 elements heavenly spirit root. 2 hours later, Guan successfully reached the 9th layer of crossing Void Realm, draining the nature's spiritual energy. The outer sect would probably be alarmed again. This was also good, as Supreme Sect would certainly be more vigilant, increasing the pressure on Demon Path spies and improving Ji Xiaoyu's success rate in Tribulation Crossing. Guan secretly felt that he had also helped Ji Xiaoyu out. Sure enough, the next morning, while Guan was leading the disciples in their exercises, he saw many great cultivators flying over Mystic Valley, and the disciples were discussing the subsidence of spiritual energy from the previous day. From a 1st layer to the 9th layer of crossing Void Realm, The amount of spiritual energy consumed was comparable to, if not greater than, advancing from the first layer of divinity transformation to the first layer of crossing void realm. Supreme Sect's outer sect experiencing two such events back-to-back would surely leave them in a tizzy. Guin intended to continue accumulating lifespan, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Next was the grand development of Medicine Valley. In the bleak autumn wind, Mystic Valley lived a secluded life. Since the calamity of Chiu Qianli, the Valley disciples have been cultivating more diligently. A month quickly went by. One day, Guin was studying the Ziwei Array Chronicles under a tree, with a white spirit rat napping nearby. It had grown as big as a fat dog. While reading the Ziwei Array Chronicles with one hand, he petted the white spirit rat with the other, feeling quite comfortable. Suddenly, Guin seemed to sense something, raising his eyes to look afar in the direction of the inner sect. He felt the strong presence of a crossing void realm cultivator in battle. It seemed Ji Xiaoyu had successfully formed her core, and various demon pass-bys couldn't hold back and were now engaged in a fierce battle. Guin couldn't help but think of Jiang Qiong, hoping she wouldn't be reckless. With her cultivation level at the first layer of Nascent Soul Realm, it would be difficult to seize Ji Xiaoyu's golden core. The inner sect was far from the outer sect, and the disciples of Mystic Valley, unaware of the battle, continued their cultivation. As night fell, Guin could still feel the battle's presence in the distance, indicating how intense it was. Cold wind blew in from outside the window. Guin sat at his desk reading, when he heard footsteps outside. "Senior brother, may I come in?" Wuxin's voice came through. Guin responded, "Come in." Quickly, he switched the green hero travelogue in his hand to Cheng Zandon's 100 Herbs collection. Wuxin pushed the door open, then closed it behind him. Walking to the desk, he saw the 100 Herbs collection in Gu An's hand, secretly admiring his senior brother's dedication, his resolve growing even firmer. "My senior brother is so studious. I must help him." Guin looked up and asked, "It's so late. What brings you here?" Wuxin took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother, you've been stuck at the 9th layer of energy cultivation realm for some time now, right?" Guin raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Are you not satisfied with your senior disciple position, and now I my position as Valley Master?" Wuxin continued, "Senior brother, actually I am a genius, but I have cultivated a divine skill that suppresses the growth of my cultivation level. This skill accumulates strength for a later burst. It has the profound ability to change fate." Chapter 49 Daoist Expansion Skill, Divine Power Collection. "So, I'm actually a genius?" Upon hearing Wuxin's words, Guin almost burst into laughter. He chuckled and said, "In my eyes, you've always been a genius. Are you planning to teach me your cultivation technique?" Wuxi nodded and said, "When I say genius, I mean compared to others in the valley. But compared to my brothers and sisters, my talent is quite ordinary. The technique I practice is called Daoist Expansion Skill, taught by a divine monk. Once I start cultivating this technique, my cultivation realm won't increase, but my cultivation will keep accumulating. I plan to unseal my realm before my time is up. By then, my spirit root qualification and lifespan will transform. However, once unsealed, the Daoist Expansion Skill will lose its effects." After hearing this, Guin couldn't help but become interested in the Daoist Expansion Skill. "What realm is that divine monk in?" he asked curiously. Wuxin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about his cultivation level. He calls himself the Immortal Seeking Taoist. If he's a Taoist, why is he called a divine monk? He accepted tonsure and wears a kasaya. How could he be a Taoist? I model my appearance after his. He said I would have extraordinary chi fortune in the future and forcibly accepted me into tonsure. The scars on my head were left by him, and now I can't grow any hair." As he spoke, Wuxin felt wronged. He also wanted to be as handsome as Guin and attract women. Guin didn't press further and let Wuxin explain the Daoist Expansion Skill. He wanted to see how profound this Daoist Expansion Skill was. Wuxin began to explain the Daoist expansion skill earnestly. It took him a full hour to finish. The Daoist expansion skill was indeed profound. Its chi control method was extremely complex. From Gu An's cultivation level's perspective, the Daoist expansion skill concealed other mysteries. Senior brother, do you remember it? Or should I write it down for you tomorrow? Wuxin asked with concern. Guan smiled and nodded, sure. This technique sounds truly formidable. Thank you for your kindness. Let's rest for now. No need for thanks between us, Wuxin said with a smile. He was elated and felt he had finally helped his senior brother. With that, he turned and left. Once Wuxin went downstairs, Guan began to practice the Daoist expansion skill. Wuxin worried that he wouldn't remember, so Guan humored him to avoid revealing his current talent and cultivation level. In reality, unless the method was exceptionally unique, Guan could remember it by hearing it just once. 3 days later, in the mountains and forests, Guan was sparring sword techniques with Su Han. That day, Qiu Qinli caused trouble, and Su Han stood bravely with his sword at the front, which moved Guan. He decided to teach him a few moves. Su Han initially had low expectations, thinking his master was just bored. But once they sparred, the outcome was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Guan wielded a wooden sword, using simple steps and ordinary sword moves. Yet, he easily dismantled each of Su Han's moves. Su Han was greatly astonished, his esteem for Guan soaring. After dozens of moves, Guan flicked Su Han's sword out his hand, sending it to the ground. Looking at the wooden sword hovering near his throat, Su Han swallowed nervously, stunned as he looked at Gu and withdrew his sword and, with a smile, asked, "How was it?" "Remarkable," Su Han replied sheepishly. Guan shook his head. "I didn't ask for your evaluation of me. Did you sense anything?" Su Han hesitated and then carefully recalled. "Wait." He seemed to have realized something, his face changing drastically in surprise. He looked at Guan and hesitantly asked, "Master, were you using moves from the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword?" Guan nodded. "That's right. My understanding of the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword isn't deep. Do you know why I could counter your sword moves?" "Why?" Su Han asked. "I'm faster than you." "But, do you feel I'm slower than you, yet I always counter your moves?" "Yes, Master. I really feel you're slower, but still, think carefully. I seem slow because you're watching me, but my eyes are on your sword. Before you strike, I've already judged your sword's trajectory. When you attack, I do too. As the defender, my sword covers less distance, so when our swords clash, I seem slower but can still catch up to you." Guan explained patiently. Su Han frowned, meticulously recalling their sparring. Su Han soon understood. Indeed, from the moment their swords rose, the outcome was decided. Looking up at Guan with admiration, Su Han sighed, "Master, you are truly incredible. You became better than me at the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword after just looking at its manual once." Guan stepped closer and smiled. "I've also practiced swordsmanship, so I understand better than you. But keep this to yourself. I have some grudges, and others shouldn't know I know swordsmanship." Touched, Su Han quickly knelt on one knee, raising his hand in vow. "I swear never to reveal that Master knows swordsmanship. If I do, may I be struck by lightning and live a lonely life." Guan hastily helped him up, exasperatedly saying, "No need to swear. Your word is enough for me." Despite his words, he was satisfied with Su Han's attitude. With his cautious nature, guiding Su Han in sword training was already risky. Su Han scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Guan continued to instruct Su Han in swordsmanship. Though he didn't practice the Hateful Heaven Divine Sword diligently, his mastery of the Talisman Divine Shocking Sword made it easy to give pointers. After half an hour, Guan left the forest, leaving Su Han to train alone. He went to the valley entrance, his eyes locking on a wooden railing in a garden where someone stood, accompanied by the servant, disciple Yang Min Jiangqiong. How dare this rascal openly enter Mystic Valley in broad daylight? Guan silently cursed. He had noticed Jiang Qiong approaching Mystic Valley, and thus ended his session with Su Han early. He hadn't stopped Jiang Qiong earlier because Jiang Qiong approached by flying on his sword, showing no effort to conceal himself. Guan walked briskly over and addressed Yang Min. "You can go now. I'll entertain her." Relieved, Yang Min quickly left. Jiang Qiong turned to Guan and smiled. "Your disciple is quite shy." Guan replied, "Let's talk upstairs." Jiang Qiong didn't object and followed him up to the loft. Once inside, Guan closed the door and softly asked, "Martial Master, why are you here, and during the day no less?" Jiang Qiong took a seat, then waved her sleeve, sending 4 pieces of talisman paper to the doors and windows. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself some tea, saying nonchalantly, "What are you worried about? I'm still an inner sect disciple of the Supreme Sect. Before my severe injury, my identity wasn't exposed. I hid because I had enemies. But over these years, I found out they're dead." Guan sat down across from her and curiously asked, "Were your enemies from the Supreme Sect?" "To be precise, they were like me, demon path spies," Jiang Qiong said with a mocking smile, emphasizing the words demon path spies. Guan wanted to ask more, but Jiang Qiong waved her hand. "No more questions. I plan to stay in your medicine valley for a while until things calm down." "What do you say?" Guan asked, frowning. What happened? He could tell Jiang Qiong was severely injured, merely putting on a brave face. Jiang Qiong's eyes turned complicated as she said softly, "That Ji Xiaoyu isn't simple. Just entering the core formation realm, she avoided my attack. In a moment of my distraction, a nascent soul cultivator from a Ji family severely injured me." "Did you strike?" Guan asked, instantly tense. Jiang Qiong rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, "I didn't reveal my true self, thanks to the demon shadow, divine skill I taught you. You needn't worry." Guan sighed in relief. He asked, "Did anyone take Ji Xiaoyu's primordial Daoist talisman?" Jiang Qiong shook her head and said, "No one succeeded. With the Qilin step, even nascent soul cultivators can't easily approach her. The Ji family members and Supreme Sect cultivators blocked any Divinity transformation level demon path cultivator or stronger. The Supreme Sect elders are indeed powerful." She seemed to recall something, her face showing a hint of fear. Hearing that Ji Xiaoyu was fine, Guan felt relieved. Both of them surviving was, in his view, the best outcome. Guan looked at Jiang Qiong, thinking about how to comfort her. Jiang Qiong gazed at him, smiling slyly. "You didn't tip off the Ji family, did you?" Guan quickly shook his head. "How could I? I'm not that kind of person." Really? Does Martial Master want me to swear?" Guan said seriously. Su Han had just sworn to him earlier, and now he had to swear to Jiang Qiong? Jiang Qiong studied him, tooting in amazement. "There's no need. Actually, I wanted you to report to the Ji family." Guan was puzzled, not understanding her meaning. Jiang Qiong took a sip of tea and smiled. "Seeing you at the Ji mansion gate, I came up with an idea, through you, to tip off the Ji family, making them very vigilant. Only then can there be a fierce battle once Ji Xiaoyu's core formation is complete." "Too bad. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I misjudged you." Jiang Qiong feigned a pained look and sighed. Guan remained silent. Jiang Qiong's tone softened as she smiled. "But this shows you favor me more, and I didn't care for you in vain. From now on, I will treat you well. Congratulations, you've won your Martial Master's heart." "Martial Master, please don't talk nonsense." "Aha, look at you, bound by the rules of the righteous path. Can't even take a joke." Jiang Qiong covered her mouth, laughing, leaving Guan feeling helpless. Just then, Jiang Qiong reached into her storage bag at her waist and placed a piece of bronze on the table. The bronze piece was square with chipped edges, engraved with densely packed tiny characters. Jiang Qiong's eyes burned with eagerness. "This is my true purpose for going to the Ji mansion. It's the Ji family's divine power collection, containing one of their 10 great divine powers. It was a gift from the Ji family's clan leader to Ji Xiaoyu. This item requires the direct bloodline of the Ji family to activate. Of course, someone above the Divinity transformation realm can forcibly break the restriction within. Passing down Ji Xiaoyu's Qilin step and this divine power collection, it seems they're preparing her to join the Holy Land. Divine power collection? Gu Anus' eyes couldn't help but gaze at the bronze piece, filled with curiosity. Jiang Xiong pushed the bronze piece towards Guan, saying, "Keep this for now. Hide it in the 8 scenic caves. When I get the direct bloodline of the Ji family's essence blood, it'll come to you. Keeping this on me is risky." Guan looked at the bronze piece on the table, blinking. Chapter 50 Heaven and Earth Path Gang, Tianya Valley. Guan put the bronze fragment into his storage bag and asked, "Are the Ji family's 10 divine abilities really that strong, that even a genius like you from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion would be so envious?" Jiang Xiong glanced at the wooden cabinet beside her and said softly, "Very strong. Moreover, they're not something you can master just because you want to. In the Ji family, anyone who can master even one divine ability, regardless of their status, will get the Ji family's special cultivation and be moved into the main family. In the Taizong dynasty, all the sects combined would struggle to overturn the supreme sect. The same goes for the clans. The disparity is vast. 3 major clans reign supreme over the dynasty, one of which is the Ji family." Listening to her, Guan suddenly suspected that there might be spies from the Ji family within the Thousand Autumn Pavilion as well. Indeed, it was the Demon Path. Following her words, Guan asked, "Who are the other 2 families?" "The Zhou and Gu families." "Why not the Li family?" "The Li family is just a puppet." Jiang Xiong spoke with disdain for the Li family, which gave Guan a new understanding of the Taizong dynasty. The royal family isn't the strongest family? Indeed, though Li Zuando's lifespan limit was strong, it couldn't compare with Ji Xiaoyu. Ji Xiaoyu was currently the most terrifyingly talented person Gu had encountered. The Gu zone was probably related to the Gu family, and the void-crossing realm mastery evident how deep the Gu family's strength ran. As for the Zhou family, Guan hadn't come into contact with them yet. Taking this opportunity, Guan continued to inquire about the world of immortal cultivation from Jiang Xiong, who answered everything one by one. After about half an hour, Jiang Xiong grew impatient. "Why do you have so many questions? Quickly find me a place to stay." Jiang Xiong glared at him. It was the first time Guan heard her refer to herself as old lady. It seemed her injuries were becoming unbearable. Thus, Guan took Jiang Xiong downstairs and personally arranged a place for her to stay. After she settled down, Jiang Xiong began to cultivate her energies to heal and didn't come out of her room again. Zhenqin, on the other hand, found Guan and curiously asked about Jiang Xiong's identity. Guan only mentioned that she was an inner sect disciple, which was enough to awe Zhenqin. Soon, the news of an inner sect disciple arriving at Mystic Valley spread quickly among all the disciples, and they also heard that the inner sect disciple was very beautiful. Late at night, Guan entered the 8 scenic caves alone and buried the bronze fragment in the ground. He planned to investigate the Ji family's divine power collection after Jiang Xiong left. Autumn passed into winter, and white snow began to fall from the sky. After nearly a month of recuperation in Mystic Valley, Jiang Xiong bid farewell to Guan. As Guan watched her leave on her sword, he noticed she was heading in the opposite direction of the inner sect, likely leaving the supreme sect. Guan glanced toward Zhenqin's house, where he could sense she was cultivating some kind of miracle skill that Jiang Xiong had taught her. Before leaving, Jiang Xiong had explained that Zhenqin had pestered her to learn it. After watching for a while, Guan headed towards the mountain forest to check on the demon sheep roaming there. The demon path should have dispersed, and now it was time to return to a peaceful farming life. Guan wouldn't be complacent just because he was at the void-crossing realm 9th layer. He felt it wasn't enough, and was already looking forward to the functions that a million-year lifespan might unlock, hoping for something powerful. In the days that followed, he occasionally left the valley to tend to the caves of the outer sect disciples and to purchase high-rank medicinal herb seeds from the outer sect. The winter snow grew heavier, blanketing the world in a pale expanse. One night, Gun quietly entered the 8 scenic caves. He dug out the bronze fragment from the soil and brought it to the green vine tree, where he sat down to meditate. The sky dragon approached, nudging him. Gun suddenly noticed that the sky dragon's body had begun to widen, which wasn't a good sign. He started to admonish the sky dragon not to overeat, as he didn't want to raise a fat dragon. After playing around with the sky dragon for a while, Gun finally began using his divine sense to probe the bronze fragment. Jiang Qiong hadn't lied to him. The bronze fragment indeed housed a powerful restriction, one that couldn't be forcefully broken by anyone below the void crossing realm. Gun had already decided that if the divine ability could only be taught to one person, he would learn it first and then teach Jiang Qiong. If it could be used repeatedly, he would pretend he hadn't touched it. Boom! The powerful divine sense of a void crossing realm 9th layer penetrated the bronze fragment, and the mysterious restriction lasted for just a moment before being forcibly broken. When the restriction was shattered, a huge influx of information surged into his mind. This influx of information was extremely complex and chaotic, with various pieces of information rudely breaking into his mind, causing him to frown slightly. Even after breaking the restriction, it still required sorting through the information, possibly serving as another test. Gu An's divine sense was strong and could capture minute connections, and after a while, he managed to sort it out. This divine ability was called the Heaven and Earth Path Gang. The snow piled up heavily, with this year's snowfall far exceeding previous years, forcing Gu and to lead the disciples to shovel the snow. Unless it was an emergency, they didn't use spiritual power. As Guin said, this also counted as a form of cultivation. The heavy snow fell for half a day before it finally eased. Guin stood in front of the wooden fence, looking at his medicinal herbs. Not a single herb was damaged, which brought a smile to his face. After watching for a while, Guin's gaze shifted to the entrance of the valley, where he saw a man wearing a rain hat and cloak, carrying a long gun wrapped in cloth, walking in. Luo Han, Core Formation Realm 8th Layer 66/400/2803, a maximum lifespan of 2,803 years. Impressive. Guin immediately walked over and came to Luo Han, cupping his hands in greeting. Just as he was about to inquire, the other person spoke first. Who is the Valley Master? Guin? Luo Han's voice sounded young, but it was full of vigor. Guin responded, I am. Who might you be? Luo Han raised his head, revealing a handsome face under the rain hat, but his left cheek bore a brand with the character for prisoner. The Emperor sent me. You have an ancient hour to prepare. Then come with me, Luo Han said expressionlessly. After speaking, he walked past Guin and continued into the valley. A gleam of joy flashed in Guin's eyes. Finally, it has come. He was eager to see how big Li Zuando's medicine valley was. He immediately went to find Wu Xin, who had already become the first disciple of Mystic Valley, capable of overseeing the entire valley. The so-called first disciple was a position, not necessarily the disciple of the Valley Master. Just like the first disciple of the Supreme Sect, who had the strongest strength, but wasn't the disciple of the sect leader. Upon hearing that Gu and was leaving for a while, Wu Xin was excited, and Guin gave him many instructions, especially that the medicinal herbs needed to be left for him to harvest personally. Wu Xin knew that his senior brother had few hobbies, one of which was harvesting, and promised not to touch the herbs. Luo Han then approached Yin, who was practicing staff techniques with a long stick, a family skill. Seeing Luo Han approach, Yin quickly stopped and looked at him nervously. Luo Han pulled out a secret book from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, You have good bone structure. You can practice this. Yin caught the secret book and replied, But I'm just a mixed spirit root. Spirit root only determines one's talent for energy absorption cultivation. Human talent has other aspects too. Your bone structure is better than most, making you a good talent for spear training. Once you master it, you can join the military in Sangzhou, make meritorious contributions, and then exchange for heavenly materials and earthly treasures to cleanse your marrow and change your life grid. Luo Hun's words excited Yi Yin, and he promptly thanked him. Luo Hun nodded slightly and then walked around, observing the medicinal herbs planted in Medicine Valley. After about half an hour, Guan found him and said they were ready to leave. Luo Hun raised his hand, removing the long gun from his back, which gleamed in his hand with golden light, drawing the disciples' attention. Show off, Guan thought to himself. Luo Hun leaped into the air, stepping on the long gun, and glanced towards Guan in the snow below, saying, "Come up." Guan immediately jumped up, landing behind him, standing on a gun shaft. Luo Hun spurred his spiritual power, and the long gun carried them swiftly away, crossing the mountains and leaving a long streak against the snowy sky. Disciples in the valley gathered and curiously discussed Luo Hun's identity. The sky was cold, and Gu An's black hair was blown backward, revealing a fair and handsome face. Not bad. Your control over spiritual power is very fine. You stand very stably. Luo Hun's voice sounded, his back facing Guan, his tone tinged with admiration. Guan responded casually, "I usually enjoy sword control techniques, so I have studied it. Although your cultivation is low, having caught the Emperor's eye, you must have some outstanding qualities. When you reach Medicine Valley, feel free to do your best. I will protect the valley." Luo Hun began talking about Medicine Valley, and Guan listened carefully. According to Luo Hun, this Medicine Valley was very important to the Emperor. The Emperor planned to cultivate a group of geniuses within the valley for future use. If Guan performed well, he could also obtain a batch of precious medicinal herbs. Guan sensed that Luo Hun had deep respect for Li Xiandao, which made him curious about the prisoner brand on Luo Hun's face. Li Zuando's Medicine Valley was called Tianya Valley. Though near the Supreme Sect, it was thousands of miles from Mystic Valley, located in a demon, beast-infested mountainous area. Guan suggested establishing a teleportation array in Tianya Valley to connect it to Mystic Valley, but Luo Hun rejected the idea, stating that Tianya Valley's existence must remain unknown to the Supreme Sect. This made Guan want to complain. You've planted it near the Supreme Sect, yet you want to keep it hidden? But then he thought of the 8 Sina caves, guessing that Li Xiandao likely set up high-rank formations. To accommodate Guan, Luo Hun flew at a moderate speed. Night fell, but he continued flying. Guan sensed that this area's forests were filled with demon energy, with creatures comparable to the core formation realm. Sure enough, suddenly, a third-tier demon bird attacked from behind, but Luo Hun struck out with a punch, his spiritual power forming a golden spear shadow that tore the demon bird apart, capturing its demon core with ease. After showing his power, no other demons dared to disturb them. By the next morning, Guan finally saw Tianya Valley. The mountains and rivers before them were shrouded in white mist and snow. Amidst the peaks lay a vortex of white snow, with white cranes flying within, beautiful like an immortal realm. Through the snow mist, Guan saw Tianya Valley, and his expression grew peculiar. Tianya Valley lay among the mountains, about twice the size of Mystic Valley in area, with steels standing on the surrounding mountains, clearly part of some formation, yet to be activated. The downside was that the valley was overrun with weeds, exceedingly pristine, meaning he would have to clear the land first. Guan couldn't help but ask, "Is it just the 2 of us in Tianya Valley for now?" Luo Hun looked ahead as he descended the long gun, answering, "Don't worry, I will capture some demons to assist. This valley cannot recruit people randomly. We must wait for the Emperor to send them." Chapter 51. Zhou Tongyu, the strongest in a century hunting demons? Guan immediately became interested upon hearing this. As they descended continuously, the terrain of Tianya Valley appeared amidst the snowy mist. From mid-air, it looked like a vast green ocean. Streams flowed into the valley from all directions, and at the edges of the valley, two small rivers could be seen flowing underground. Soon, Luo Hun landed with Guin, and he began wrapping his long spear with a cloth. From now on, you are the Valley Master. Do whatever you wish and instruct me at any time. Luo Hun said. Guin nodded, directly taking out the Heavenly Residence sword, and said, "Build a few pavilions in the peripheral area while I clear the weeds." Luo Hun's eyes fell on the Heavenly Residence sword scabbard. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he immediately knelt down, saying in a deep voice, "Luo Hun greets the Master of Heavenly Residence sword." Guin purposely took out the Heavenly Residence sword, fearing Luo Hun might not take him seriously. The effect was excellent. "What are you doing? Quickly rise." Guin feigned panic and hurriedly helped Luo Hun up. After standing up, Luo Hun's eyes were filled with complexity. He muttered, "I never expected His Majesty would give you the Heavenly Residence sword." Guin asked in surprise, "Why such a big reaction?" Luo Hun replied, "Taicang has 3 Emperor swords. Seeing the sword is like seeing the Emperor. They are the Heavenly Inquiry, Heavenly Residence, and Heavenly Punishment. His Majesty holds the Heavenly Punishment sword, while the Crown Prince has the Heavenly Inquiry sword. Without His Majesty's permission, no one can possess the sword. Hence, seeing the sword is like seeing the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Guin suddenly realized that Li Ya's status in Li Zuando's heart was very high, comparable to the Crown Prince's. If Li Xiandao didn't agree, it would be hard for Li Ya to inherit the Heavenly Residence sword. But this sword is now in his hands. Guin wondered if Li Xiandao had other plans. Guin habitually considered the worst scenarios, so he thought Li Zuando's intentions were not simple. After all, an emperor's heart is as deep as the sea. "I see. Then let's get to work," Guin responded. Luo Hun had no objections, but he couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Residence sword a few more times. Soon after, he saw Guin using the Heavenly Residence sword to clear weeds, which made him hesitant to speak. Luo Hun struggled for a while before eventually turning away. An hour later, the array steels around Tianya Valley were activated. Each steel burst out blue light, rising into the sky, then converging in the air to form a semicircular light shield covering the entire Tianya Valley, which then turned transparent. After activating the array, Luo Hun began building the pavilions. By noon, Guin had cleared all the weeds at the bottom of the valley, working very efficiently. If he didn't have to hide his true strength, he could have stomped his feet to clear all the weeds. 3 days later, Guin had already finished sowing. Luo Hun brought many high-rank medical herb seeds from his seemingly inexhaustible storage bag. In these 3 days, Luo Hun had built 5 pavilions and caught 3 monkey demons. These 3 monkey demons were all second-tier demon beasts. They could walk upright, and apart from having fur, they looked almost human. Luo Hun let Guin name them, so Guin named them Sunda, Sun Air, and Sun San according to their cultivation levels, which made Luo Hun silent for a while. The 3 monkeys liked the surname Sun very much. Guin led the 3 monkeys around the park, explaining their daily tasks. The 3 monkey demons could already speak human language, each of them clever, making communication easy. Guin was not worried they would misbehave because they were cursed by Luo Hun with their life and death not in their control. Meanwhile, Luo Hun lay on the pavilion stairs, taking out a book from his chest. The cover read, Investiture of the Gods. He was also a fan of Investiture of the Gods. Guin mentioned it to him before, and he was very excited like never before. Nearing evening, Guin found Luo Hun and said he needed to return to Mystic Valley. Luo Hun feared for his safety due to the many demons on the way, but Guin insisted on going back. Guin promised he would be careful. Luo Hun thought for a while, then took out 10 talisman papers from his storage bag and said, "These are for invisibility technique. Infuse them with spiritual power, and you can turn invisible, even hiding your presence. Unless encountered by a 3rd level or higher core formation realm cultivator, it will be hard to detect you. Each paper lasts for 5 hours. Use them sparingly, as you need to return." Guin accepted the talismans and thanked him with cupped fists. Still worried, Luo Hun said, "How about establishing foundation first? I have foundation establishment pills here." Guan shook his head. "I have my own foundation establishment pills. Don't worry about me. I remember the way back. I have plenty of spirit energy elixirs." With that, he left on his sword. Exiting Tianya Valley wasn't hindered by the array, but entering was challenging. Luo Hun watched Gu An's departing figure, frowning slightly. He recalled His Majesty's words and sighed. Li Xiandao instructed that if Guan died, another person would become the Valley Master. Luo Hun's task was to protect Tianya Valley. After leaving 100 miles from Tianya Valley, Guan suddenly sped up. Before nightfall, he had returned to Mystic Valley. Having Tianya Valley, Gu An's days would become busier. Managing the Outer Disciples' cave needed his attention, and he had to occasionally check on Tianya Valley. He couldn't fully trust the monkeys. Though it would be tiring, Guan didn't feel exhausted at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. In a few years, his lifespan would increase significantly. Once he obtained the Medicine Valley promised by Gu Zong, a million-year lifespan would not seem far away. Guan even pondered studying the puppetry technique, leaving a puppet in each Medicine Valley to help monitor the medicinal herbs. Before that, he had to improve his superficial cultivation level. The 9th layer of the energy cultivation realm was insufficient. Traveling between Mystic Valley and Tianya Valley would be very troublesome. 15 days later, Guan went to the Outer Sect to visit the book collection Hall's Elder Lu. He felt Elder Lu had more power than Zhu Qinglu of the Elixir Hall. They met alone in the inner room. Elder Lu was reading the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods, smiling. "Not bad. Not bad. Very well written. Just flipping through makes me excited." Guan hesitated before saying, "Elder Lu, I have a request." Without looking up, Elder Lu asked, "What is it?" "I want to establish foundation, but I don't want to be an outer disciple. I want to continue being the Valley Master of Mystic Valley. This way, it's easier for me to write. Going out on missions as an outer disciple, I'm afraid of dying outside." "Is that all? Can Elder Lu manage it?" "Of course. I will go directly to Guyu. He had told me that his father values you greatly and asked me to take good care of you and meet your needs as much as possible." Elder Lu laughed, his smile resembling a sly old fox. Guan immediately thanked him. Elder Lu put down the book and said, "You are already considered a special talent of the Supreme Sect. Your annual yields are among the top 3 in the Outer Sect's Medicine Valleys. Moreover, you write Investiture of the Gods, attracting 50% more disciples to the Supreme Sect each year. Your contribution far surpasses that of an outer disciple's missions. Rest assured, even if you reach the core formation realm, you'll not be sent out on missions." He laughed heartily after saying this. He couldn't reach the core formation realm. Could Guan? Guan felt relieved. This made things simpler. All he had to do was not appear too talented, gradually improving his apparent cultivation level, making future activities easier. Elder Lu seemed to remember something. Recently, the genius from Jueshan Sect, Zhou Tongyu, is coming to challenge the young cultivators under 100 years old in the Supreme Sect. It's likely to be very lively. You should gather some information for your next book, and remember to include the Supreme Sect in it. Investiture of the Gods was about finished. Elder Lu had received instructions from above. Guan nodded and curiously asked, "Is Zhou Tongyu very powerful?" "Of course. He has dual spirit roots and the evil-suppressing golden body, a physique nurtured by the Zhou family over thousands of years. He has no equal in the same realm. He once killed a 3rd-layer core formation realm cultivator with his 9th-layer foundation establishment realm cultivation, becoming renowned in the Taitsong Immortal cultivation world as the strongest genius in a century." Elder Lu was full of admiration talking about Zhou Tongyu, narrating the battle in detail, and Guan listened attentively. To Guan, those who could defeat enemies across realms had the protagonist's fortune. After all, he couldn't do that, or rather, he didn't dare. Instead of defeating powerful enemies across realms, He preferred to crush weaker opponents with superior cultivation. An hour later, Guin left the book collection hall. After buying a batch of supplies in the city, he hurried back to Mystic Valley. The next morning, Guin gathered the disciples for exercises, announcing his success in Foundation establishment the previous night, delighting the disciples. Wuxin felt both joy and reluctance. If Senior Brother succeeded in Foundation establishment, he would have to go to the outer sect, and Wuxin would become the Valley Master. Master, does this mean you're leaving us? Zhenxin quickly asked, looking pitiful. The other disciples anxiously looked at Guin. Wuxin suppressed his joyful feelings, also feigning a look of loss. Guin sighed. Yes, the disciples' expressions instantly dimmed, and Wuxin's heart pounded with guilt. But the saddest was Xiaochuan, who would become the senior in the valley. But because of our good harvest, I applied to stay in Medicine Valley, and the outer sect agreed. Guin quickly added. The disciples were stunned for a moment, then cheered. Rushing towards Guin, Wuxin stood there, dazed for a few seconds before forcing a smile. The happiest person was Xiaochuan, knowing that he had no hope of Foundation establishment. Having Guin for life was a delight, as only Guin indulged his interest in raising demons. Mystic Valley became lively, Wuxin needing a long time to calm his emotions. Guin noticed his mood and took him aside, explaining he would soon have a new Medicine Valley, and even if he remained in Mystic Valley, Wuxin could be in charge. Wuxin was excited to hold real authority as Valley Master. Seeing his enthusiastic smile, Guin thought again of Cheng Xiandan and Zhang Chuanxiu. So much had changed. Days passed quickly. Guin went out every 2 days to manage the outer disciples' cave, and every half-month to check on Tianya Valley. Upon learning of Gu An's Foundation establishment, Luo Han became completely assured, ceasing his interruptions. Guin noticed Luo Han liked reading, so he brought him a Green Hero travelogue. Strangely, after that, Guin never saw Luo Han reading Green Hero travelogue. Did he not like it? No more books for him then. But why wasn't he reading Investiture of the Gods either? Chapter 52. The Civil War, Third Medicine Valley winter passed, and spring came. Another year of the Spring Festival was approaching. Mystic Valley welcomed the Spring Festival, with disciples busy preparing. Guin was holding a white spirit rat, patrolling the different courtyards. The white spirit rat enjoyed being held by him, its eyes closed as if it were asleep. A whistling sound came from the horizon. Guin turned his head and smiled. Yilan was back. She quickly landed beside Guin, storing her flying sword in her storage bag. She smiled charmingly. Senior Brother, I came back for the festival. You wouldn't be unwelcome, would you? Guin looked at her and smiled, asking, Isn't the law enforcement hall busy? No matter how busy, I can always spare a few days. Proper relaxation is more conducive to cultivation. You said that, and I've always remembered. Yilan blinked and said playfully. After a few words of greeting, Yilan pulled Guin towards the pavilion. As they walked, she said, Senior Brother, let's go to your room first. They'll show you a treasure. A treasure? Guin put the white spirit rat down and followed Yilan. As they climbed up to the pavilion and entered the room, Yilan didn't close the door, which made Guin breathe a sigh of relief. Yilan walked to the table and took a brocade box out of her storage bag. She turned sideways and looked at Guin with a proud smile. Senior Brother, this is a Foundation establishment gift I specially prepared for you. Why go to such trouble? When you reach Foundation establishment, I didn't give a gift. Without your Foundation establishment pill, could I have achieved Foundation establishment? I'm not like those geniuses who can force Foundation establishment with their spirit root qualification. Yilan shook her head and laughed. Hearing this, Guin did not decline further. He walked to her side, curiously looking at the brocade box. Yilan opened the brocade box. Inside was a herb root that looked like ginseng. If not carefully sensed, it was hard to detect the faint spiritual energy within. Human face tree. Revival state 0/600/22,000. 22,000 years of maximum lifespan? Guin raised his eyebrows. It was the first time he saw the words revival state. Yilan introduced, "This is the root of a 6th-grade spirit tree. Once buried in the ground for several years, it can regrow and enhance the spiritual energy of the area." Guin curiously asked, "Such a precious treasure. Where did you get it?" Yilan blinked and said, "Recently, while capturing demon path traders, I found it in the cave of a trader from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion. I didn't report it. Isn't that improper? Don't worry. Other disciples of the law enforcement hall also keep some items. It's tacitly approved as long as they don't take too much, and no one knows about this treasure." Hearing this, Guin felt less burdened. He thought for a moment and said, "If you need any medicinal herbs, feel free to tell me. You'll soon have a second medicine valley. We can help each other in the future." Yilan smiled. "Sure, they'll go find others now. I brought gifts for them too." Guin nodded, and Yilan immediately left. He looked at the brocade box on the table, pondering where to plant it. Thinking it over, he decided to keep it for the 3rd medicine valley. The new valley needed enhanced spiritual energy for faster herb growth. Mystic Valley already had its own rhythm and didn't need a spirit tree, and Tianya Valley was not his to supply with seeds. Since Tianya Valley was Li Zuando's medicine valley, he only had management rights there. For any needs in Tianya Valley, he could fully rely on Li Xiandao. Guin then put the brocade box into his storage bag and walked to his desk, picking up a pen to start writing on paper. Yilan's arrival made the atmosphere in Mystic Valley even better. As night fell, various spring festival activities began, bustling with excitement. When everyone sat down to drink, Zhenqin asked Yilan to talk about the experiences of outer disciples performing missions. Yilan did not refuse. Besides guarding the outer sect, law enforcement hall disciples also went out for training. Yilan was no exception. The mission we received was an exorcism task in a mountain town. Nearly 1,000 households there had all died within a few days. To prevent the evil entity from harming more people, the local government sought help from the Supreme Sect. There were 7 of us. Yilan vividly recounted the experience. Being nighttime, the disciples listened with great tension. The female disciples huddled together. Seeing the young girl who used to follow him everywhere, now able to stand on her own, the smile on Gu Ain's face never faded. When Yilan described the ghosts, the disciples' hearts were in their throats. Even Xiaochuan, Wuxin, and Su Han were very tense. It was late at night when the disciples finally dispersed. Yilan followed Guin back to the pavilion. Guin took out a secret book he had written and handed it to her, saying, "This is a leg technique secret book I found in the inner sect. You can practice it when you're free." Gale, Shadowless Leg. Yilan took the secret book without opening it and put it into her storage bag. She looked at Guin and said, "Senior brother, be careful when dealing with Lu Jiujia in the future." "What happened to him?" Guin asked, puzzled. Yilan sighed. "Didn't we talk before about the internal strife in the Supreme Sect? Those opposing the sect leader are secretly recruiting disciples. Lu Jiujia has taken an elder from the Outer Sect Hall of Elders as his master. That elder serves the sect leader's adversaries. Over time, a great chaos is bound to erupt within the Supreme Sect. If the sect leader remains victorious, he will surely purge the rebellious disciples, and Lu Jiujia won't escape. I advised him before, but he didn't listen. He said the path of immortal cultivation requires striving rather than being mediocre. His choice isn't wrong. I'm just worried you'll be implicated by staying close to him. He probably thinks so too, which is why he hasn't returned to Mystic Valley." Guin fell silent after hearing this. He couldn't interfere with Lu Jiujia's choice because Lu Jiujia was right about the need to strive in immortal cultivation. He refrained from striving because he could seize lifespans, so he wasn't qualified to dictate how others should cultivate. Yilan started talking about other things, mostly about the outer sect. Internal strife in the Supreme Sect even involved the Ji family and Imperial family members, which Guin found intriguing. Until dawn, Guin finally saw Yilan off. They talked all night, yet still felt energetic. Before she left, Guin reminded her not to forget practicing Gale Shadowless Leg. Elon nodded, though her eyes carried a hint of resentment. After she left, Guin called the disciples for training. In the hot summer, 35-year-old Guin stood by the window, gazing at the sky, his brows furrowed. He was waiting for Guyu. Half a year had passed. Why hadn't he arrived? Guin eagerly anticipated his third Medicine Valley, having already prepared seeds in advance, just waiting for planting. Could something have happened? Guin worried. Last month, when he visited the outer sect, there was a noticeable tension, with many disciples dressed in black. They were reportedly part of the newly established Demon Extermination Hall by the new Great Elder of the outer sect. The Demon Extermination Hall was directly controlled by the Great Elder, with disciple cultivation levels starting at the 5th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm and receiving superior treatment over other halls. The Supreme Sect had 8 outer city gates, and the situation in the outer sect was this tense. One could imagine the atmosphere in the inner sect and the main city of the sect. Such strife would inevitably affect Guzong as well. Sigh. Such trouble. It's upsetting my planting. Guin suddenly felt the urge to punch those causing chaos. At that moment, he sensed something, and his sullen face broke into a smile. He was coming. Guin detected Guyu's aura and tried to calm his emotions without going downstairs. After a while, Guyu landed in Mystic Valley. Guin! Guyu called out loudly, attracting the attention of the disciples in the valley. Guin opened the door and looked at Guyu, saying, "Brother Gu, come up and talk." Guyu put his compass into his storage bag and went upstairs. Once inside, Guin closed the door and poured tea for him. Guyu didn't sit down but started browsing the bookshelf, seemingly looking for something. "I haven't written the final volume of Investiture of the Gods yet," Guin said. Guyu, disappointed, walked to the table and sat down, taking out a stack of books and a token from his storage bag. "This is your Valley Master token. Your Medicine Valley is between the outer sect and the inner sect, less than 100 miles from the outer city. For someone in the Foundation Establishment realm like you, it's not a hassle to travel back and forth. These books are my father's life experiences written down. You can refer to them. My father said you don't have to stick to the facts. You can adapt them or even create stories based on his experiences." Guyu explained, with a playful look, hinting at Guin with his eyes. Guin placed the teacup in front of him and picked up the Valley Master token. Unlike the bronze token of Mystic Valley, this token was silver-white with several layers of restrictions within it. It'll take you to the Medicine Valley later. If you get lost, just inject your divine sense into the token, and it will guide you. Guyu drank a cup of tea and continued speaking. Guin nodded eagerly, excited to see his new Medicine Valley. Guyu seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, when you write about me, include Zhou Tongyu. Write that he is the strongest genius of the young generation in the immortal cultivation world, but he especially admires me and follows my lead." Gu's face twitched. "That's not appropriate. I'm afraid writing that will cause trouble. Whatever you want, just ask and he'll satisfy you. It's not about the price. 100 top-grade spirit stones. If he sees it, he'll definitely investigate me. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is all my savings. How about a homophone?" Upon hearing this, Guyu raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but you can only change one character." "Deal." Guin agreed, but wouldn't slander Zhou Tongyu in the book. He considered making them rivals who admire each other, ensuring not to offend either party. He could tell Guyu didn't harbor true enmity toward Zhou Tongyu. Otherwise, he would depict Zhou Tongyu as a small minion, not praise him as the strongest genius. Guyu probably just felt jealous. Making them brothers who occasionally competed would likely please Guyu. After a short rest, the two set off, controlling their swords to leave Mystic Valley. Chapter 53, So-Called Perception, Gu's Fury. At sunset, the sun dipped in the west. Guin stood on the cliff, looking over the Medicine Valley ahead, a satisfied expression on his face. Ahead were several not-so-high mountains with a vast valley between them, extending for a dozen miles in length and 2 or 3 miles in width. The edges of the Medicine Valley were lined with rows of trees, resembling a natural barrier, shielding the valley from wind and waves. Standing next to him, Guyu said, "There are cave dwellings of inner Sect disciples nearby, more than one in number. As long as you don't leave the 100-mile radius, you won't encounter any demon beasts." Guin nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. What he saw was not the Medicine Valley, but an unending number of lifespans. Guyu patted Guin on the shoulder and then flew away on his sword. Guin leaped towards the Medicine Valley, his limbs surrounded by visible wind waves, which was precisely the wind control skill. Looking back as he stepped on his flying sword, Guyu raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of surprise in his eyes, but he did not turn back. After landing, Guin first walked to the entrance of the valley, where there stood a bare stele with no inscriptions. He used his finger as a sword, inscribing 4 characters with sword chi. Third Medicine Valley. The name was so simple because he planned to have many more Medicine Valleys in the future. Looking at his own handwriting, Guin was very pleased. To write books regularly, he had practiced writing a lot, and his handwriting now carried a sharpness and vigor. After admiring his writing for a while, Guin began to look for a place to build a pavilion. He intended to set up the teleportation array first. Dusk eventually passed, and night gradually fell. By the bonfire, Guin sat on a rock, flipping through a book in his hand. This was given by Ji Xiaoyu, containing instructions on how to set up the teleportation array she had provided. One had to admit, the development of immortal cultivation in this world was indeed strong. Reading this book felt like reading a manual, and it was even a simplified version. The teleportation array given by Ji Xiaoyu already had restrictions set up. He only needed to build it according to the sequence in the book. Guin planned to stay up all night to build the array platform. Once the teleportation array was successfully set up, he would lead a few disciples to come and plant seeds. Starting the teleportation array required spirit stones, and he was quite wealthy now. Not to mention the spirit stone income from the investiture of the gods. Guyu had just given him 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, enough for him to squander for a long time. After a night, Guin successfully set up the teleportation array platform and immediately flew away on his sword. Returning to Mystic Valley, he set up a teleportation array platform beside his pavilion. His activities attracted all the disciples to come and watch. Xiaochuan asked what he was doing, and he did not hide it. Hearing that Guin was about to take over another Medicine Valley and set up a teleportation array, all the disciples became interested and asked one after another. Guin answered them while setting up the array platform. By noon, Guin had successfully set it up. In front of everyone, he placed spirit stones into the grooves on the array pillars, and after placing them correctly, he infused spiritual power into the activation mechanism. Rumble. The teleportation array started, the ground slightly trembled, and on the array platform, 2 array pillars burst with strong light, converging to form a light curtain. Guin turned around, scanning the crowd, and said, "Wu Xin, go to the outer sect and recruit 3 servant disciples. Su Han, Zhen Qin, Yi Yan come with me. The others stay in Mystic Valley." Hearing this, Zhen Qin and the other 2 excitedly stepped forward and followed Guin into the teleportation array. Not long after, the teleportation light curtain dissipated, and the array platform returned to calm. On the other side, in the third Medicine Valley, Guin started instructing the 3 disciples to weed, while he focused on building the rooms. Su Han used a sword, Yi Yan used a spear, and Zhen Qin used leg techniques to weed. Since Luo Han had taught Yi Yan a spear technique, he couldn't help but ask Guin for an iron spear. This spear, which Guin bought from the outer sect, was not an ordinary iron spear. It could withstand spiritual power and could be considered the lowest grade magic artifact. Guin was not interested in spear techniques, so he did not watch Yi Yan practice. Since he started practicing the spear, Yi Yan's strength improved rapidly. Guin first saw a true genius in Mystic Valley. Yian's cultivation levels still improved slowly, but his actual combat power rose quickly. After just 6 months of practicing the spear, both Tang Yu and Su Han combined were no match for him, which greatly discouraged the two. This made Guan think about his own comprehension. Comprehension was the only thing that couldn't be directly enhanced by lifespan. In this world, it seemed spirit root qualification wasn't everything. The reason Guan asked Su Han, Zhen Qin, and Yian to come was partly to guide them. During the Qianli disaster, their performance had earned his favor. He decided to cultivate them well and help them go further. The third Medicine Valley was situated between the inner and outer sects. The spiritual energy here was more abundant and could help them cultivate. Occasionally, Gu could also give them special lessons. The three had the kind of character that could endure hardship. Before completing the weeding task, they did not rest, even secretly competing to see who could work faster. After they weeded out all the weeds, Guan had already built 4 pavilions. The 4 gathered in front of the buildings to rest. Su Han looked at Yian with a hint of defiance in his eyes. Yian, however, was much calmer. Since he started practicing the spear, he had become more reserved. While wiping her sweat, Zhen Qin asked Guan, "Master, this place is so big. Just the 3 of us, is it enough?" "Of course it's enough. Back then, I managed Mystic Valley alone, while your martial uncle Meng Lang and martial uncle Li lays around all day," Guan said with a light laugh. Looking back at those little conflicts from the past, he found them amusing, though unfortunately, old friends were no longer around. After listening, Zhen Qin asked more about Gu An's past. Su Han and Yian also listened intently, as they all respected Guan greatly. Yian's spear technique wasn't taught by Guan, but he still felt indebted to his master. If not for his master, how would that mysterious cultivator have come to Mystic Valley and bestowed the spear technique upon him? After talking for an hour, they continued to work. 3 days later, the third Medicine Valley was already filled with medicinal herb seeds, though it still looked like barren land. After all, seeds needed time to sprout and grow. Guan led them back to Mystic Valley to pack their belongings, and then had them move to the third Medicine Valley. The remaining servant disciples were very curious about this, and some wanted to go to the third Medicine Valley, but were suppressed by Wuxin. As the Valley Master of Mystic Valley, Wuxin couldn't let people run away. Mystic Valley was his foundation. Thus, Gu An's 3-sided Medicine Valley began to operate, and the idyllic farming life started from there. A month after the third Medicine Valley was seeded, with Zhen Qin and the other 2 guarding the valley, Guan only occasionally came to check. They needed to spend only a little time each day inspecting various areas. The rest of the time was devoted to cultivation. As evening approached, the sky turned crimson. Zhen Qin walked out of the house, stretched lazily, looking radiant. Jiang Xiong's cultivation technique had greatly enhanced her cultivation level, far surpassing before, so her enthusiasm for cultivation had reached its peak. She turned her head and saw Yian still practicing his spear on the hillside at the entrance of the valley. Not absorbing energy, just practicing the spear of what use. Zhen Qin muttered to herself. She did not go to join the fun, but instead went to check on each area during her break. They all were the fruits of her master's hard work. On the other side, Yian practiced his spear under the sunset glow, sweat falling like rain. Even though his entire body ached, he did not stop. The spear technique he practiced was his only chance. He did not want to miss it, nor did he want to be a servant disciple for life. The spiritual energy is more abundant in the valley. Why not practice the spear inside? A voice came, startling Yian, who turned his head to look. He saw a figure standing in the forest 10 feet away. The figure standing atop a tree, blue robes flowing in the wind, displaying an immortal's demeanor. When had he appeared, Yian was secretly alarmed. He collected himself and looked towards the person, loudly asking, "Senior, what business do you have?" Guan had said that this was already inner sect territory. Any cultivator encountered must be addressed as senior, showing no disrespect. The man in blue wasn't particularly handsome, but his eyes were bright and penetrating, making it difficult to meet his gaze. "Just passing by, I saw you practicing your spear. This spear technique of yours is not simple. It includes an energy absorption and body tempering method, quite rare." Zhou Tongyu leapt from the tree and walked towards Yi Yin. Seeing him approach, Yi Yin became nervous, unsure of how to handle the situation with his master not in the valley. "You haven't answered me yet," Zhou Tongyu reminded, his tone calm, but the more he spoke this way, the greater pressure Yi Yin felt. Yi Yin gritted his teeth and answered, "Behind is my master's medicine valley. The seeds were sown just a month ago. I don't want my cultivation to affect the growth of the medicinal herbs." "Was this spear technique taught by your master?" "No. It was a friend of my master's. To know such a friend, your master must not be simple." "May I ask your master's name?" "My master is named Guan." While answering, Yi Yin was puzzled as to what the other was exactly aiming for. Zhou Tongyu stopped and beckoned with a hand, saying, "How about a spar? I want you spiritual power or magic artifacts, just techniques. How about it?" Yi Yin frowned, hesitating. "Are you afraid?" Zhou Tongju's words stirred Yi Yan's fighting spirit. He hadn't feared even the great cultivators of the demon path back then. How could he fear this person? At noon, Guan arrived at the third medicine valley through the teleportation array. He first scanned all areas with his divine sense, and seeing no issues, he looked for his disciples. Quickly, he was drawn to Yi Yin practicing at the entrance of the valley. He walked over, and Yi Yin, noticing his approach, turned his back to him. "Yinner, where did you get injured?" Guan asked upon arriving. Yi Yin hesitated for a moment before choosing to look at Guan, showing a face covered in bruises, even with a handprint on his left cheek. He recounted what happened the previous evening to Guan, who became furious upon hearing it. Someone dared to bully his disciple. "What is his name? Will he come again?" "I don't know. He didn't say. He only mentioned that he would come looking for me again when he had time." "Don't worry. Master has your back." Guan patted Yi Yin on the shoulder and then gave him some healing pills. In the following days, Guan stayed in the third medicine valley, but the one who beat Yi Yin never showed up. However, after Guan went to the outer sect to manage his cave and returned, he found that Yi Yin had been beaten again. The person struck and then left. This happened repeatedly over the next 2 months, with Yi Yin getting beaten 4 times, always when Guan was absent. Guan began to suspect the other was deliberately avoiding him. One noon, Guan was reading under a tree, with a slope below connecting to the valley entrance, where Yi Yin was seen practicing his spear. Suddenly, Guan sensed something. His eyebrow twitched, thinking, "Finally he has come." Chapter 54. Your sword is quick. Under Guan's watchful eyes, a figure flew swiftly and landed in front of Yi Yin. Seeing him, Yi Yin instantly became nervous and even took 2 steps back. Zhou Tongyu, Core Formation Realm 9 Layers 62/900/3100. It turned out to be him. Guan didn't expect to encounter Zhou Tongyu, who had recently made a name for himself in the Supreme Sect. Zhou Tongyu had been challenging and defeating the young disciples everywhere, earning a reputation that even extended to the outer sect. Because the Jueshan sect, which Zhou Tongyu belonged to, was also a reputable sect and had a good relationship with the Supreme Sect, the great cultivators of the Supreme Sect couldn't target him specifically. Consequently, Zhou Tongyu roamed freely in the Supreme Sect for half a year without anyone being able to punish him. Zhou Tongyu only engaged in combat and did not kill anyone. Moreover, he claimed only to challenge those under the age of 100. The many cultivators of the Supreme Sect could only watch and feel secretly angry. The entire Supreme Sect was being suppressed by Zhou Tongyu. No one dared to question his rules. After all, his opponents were under 100 years old, but he still had 38 years to reach 100. When he challenged the 99-year-old disciples of the Supreme Sect, it was actually making the Supreme Sect seem at an advantage. Even so, no one could defeat him. Zhou Tongyu glanced at Guan on the nearby hillside, his expression calm. Guan put the book in his bosom then stood up and walked down. He came between Zhou Tongyu and Yi Yin, turned to look at Zhou Tongyu, clasped his fist, and said, "I am Guin, Yi Yan's master. May I know how my disciple has offended you, senior?" Yi Yin looked at Gu and standing in front of him and felt deeply moved. Guin had previously mentioned that the cultivators here were all inner sect disciples, implying they were of core formation realm cultivation. For Guin, who was only at the first layer of the foundation establishment realm, to stand up to a core formation realm cultivator on his behalf, how could Yin not be moved? "You are his master? Your cultivation disappoints me." Zhou Tongyu scrutinized Guin, frowning. Guin replied, "My disciple is only at the Qi cultivation realm. As his master, how high can my cultivation be?" Zhou Tongyu snorted, "I did not bully your disciple. I see potential in him." At these words, Yi Yan's face turned green, wanting to speak but holding back. Guin stared at him and said, "If you intend to guide him, you can be straightforward. My disciple can remember your kindness, but you didn't say, and you struck hard. Perhaps you genuinely wanted to guide him, but in your heart, you must look down on him, so you didn't bother to explain." If Zhou Tongyu were the top genius of the Supreme Sect, Guin might have considered it more, but he wasn't. Guin did not want to provoke Zhou Tongyu for no reason, but if Zhou Tongyu bullied him, he would not be merciful. Zhou Tongyu frowned even more upon hearing Guin's words. He wanted to refute, but he understood that Guin saw through him. He did look down on Yi Yin somewhat, and only guided him on a whim. It seems you're here to question me. Very well, same rules. No use of spiritual power, just techniques. If you can defeat me, I will apologize to your disciple and give him a complete body refining sorcery. How's that?" Zhou Tongyu said coldly, staring at Guin. "Master, let it go." Yi Yin hurriedly said. He knew Zhou Tongju's strength best, even in techniques, was unfathomable. Guin asked, "Only techniques?" "Correct." Seeing Guin interested, Zhou Tongyu grinned, though somewhat sinisterly. Guin frowned and said, "If you lose, you can't mention losing to me, and don't come to pester me and my disciple again." "Huh, want to compare techniques with me?" Zhou Tongyu laughed and said, "Agreed. Now take your weapon." Guin raised his right hand, summoned a tree branch from the forest, and held it like a sword. His left hand gestured towards Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongyu immediately walked towards Guin. The distance between them began to shorten. Yi Yin hurriedly stepped aside, afraid of hindering his master. When they were less than 7 steps apart, Zhou Tongyu suddenly accelerated, stepping in front of Gu and punching towards Gu's abdomen with his right hand. Though he did not use spiritual power, this punch roared like tigers and leopards. Even before his fist reached Guin felt a fierce force surging towards him. Whoosh! Zhou Tongju's fist stopped. His pupils trembled violently, and he looked shocked. Yi Yan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Gu's body slightly leaned back, the tree branch in his hand pressed against Zhou Tongju's throat, while Zhou Tongju's fist was still 2 feet away from Guin. "If I had a real sword, would it have hurt you?" Guin asked calmly, making Zhou Tongju's expression change. After a few moments, Zhou Tongyu withdrew his fist, followed by Gu and retracting his sword. Zhou Tongyu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Yin, and said, "Sorry, I was too much." He took out a secret book from his storage bag and threw it to Yi Yin, then looked at Guin again. "Your sword is fast. Who exactly are you?" Guin threw the tree branch into the forest and said calmly, "I am just a cultivator with mediocre spirit root qualification, not fond of energy absorption, and I practice sword techniques daily. Though my techniques aren't exquisite, they are fast enough. Without the rules, I wouldn't be your match." If Zhou Tongyu hadn't kept his promise, Guin would have made him regret it. Now that he kept his word and apologized to his servant disciple, Gu's view of him changed. This person was proud, but not inherently bad. Hearing this, Zhou Tongju's expression changed. He bit his lip and asked, "You really won't spread today's events? I don't even know your name. How could I?" Guin retorted. Zhou Tongyu let out a sigh of relief, immediately cupped his fists to Guin, and then departed swiftly, faster than when he arrived. Yin came over excitedly. Master, I didn't expect your sword to be so fast. You defeated him with just one move. Guin glanced at the valley, where Zhenxin was absorbing energy in the house, and Su Han was practicing sword techniques in the forest miles away. Neither had noticed the earlier contest. Don't mention this to anyone. Let this be our secret. Don't even tell your senior brothers or sisters, Guin instructed Yi Yin. Yi Yin nodded vigorously, feeling closer to his master. Teaching Zhou Tongyu a lesson was just a small episode for Guin. After that, he could go out peacefully without guarding the Third Medicine Valley. However, a month later, returning to the Third Medicine Valley, Guin saw Zhou Tongyu at the entrance of the valley. Yi Yin was practicing spear techniques, while Zhou Tongyu watched from the side. Noticing Guin's gaze, Zhou Tongyu beamed and waved enthusiastically. Guin's eyes showed displeasure as he immediately walked over. Reaching the valley entrance, Guin frowned. Why are you back? Is this guy sticking to the Supreme Sect? I thought of a way to break your sword technique. Let's spar again, Zhou Tongyu said excitedly. You promised not to pester me. Liar? It's not pestering. Name your terms. I just want to test your sword technique, Zhou Tongyu quickly explained. Yi Yin chimed in. Master, he's been waiting here for 4 days. Guin frowned, hesitating. Zhou Tongyu pulled out a small cloth bag from his storage bag and said, Here are seeds of 4th-grade medicinal herbs. All for you. Just spar with me. I'm not here for victory, but to learn from you. Guin took the bag, weighed it, and sighed, Just this once. Never again, I swear, Zhou Tongyu said excitedly, thinking he must defeat Guin this time convincingly. He took out a sword from his storage bag and tossed it to Guin. This is a mid-grade flying sword, ideal for Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. It's yours, use it to fight me. Then, he himself took out a long spear. Impressive move. A longer weapon equals a stronger one. Guin held the flying sword, feeling helplessly amused. Zhou Tongyu looked a bit uneasy under Guin's gaze and quickly explained, Same rules. No spiritual power, just techniques. Let's begin. This time, Zhenxin and Su Han also heard the commotion and hurried over. But before they reached the valley entrance, Guin made his move. He threw the flying sword directly at Zhou Tongyu. Zhou Tongju's pupils dilated, thinking it was fast. No, his strength is tremendous. Zhou Tongyu dodged sideways, followed by thrusting his spear forward as he saw Guin following the flying sword. In a flash, Guin tilted his head, grabbed the spear shaft with his left hand, pulled it back, and with his right hand, made a sword gesture, pointing at Zhou Tongyu. Everything happened so fast that Yi Yin couldn't keep up with his eyes. When they stopped, Guin's fingers were already at Zhou Tongju's Adam's apple. Zhou Tongyu still held his spear, but his body had stiffened. How are you so fast? Are you really at the first layer of the Foundation Establishment realm? Zhou Tongyu asked through gritted teeth, sweating. Guin replied, If spiritual power was used, you'd be faster. Your rules gave me an advantage. I'm no match for you. Why insist on beating me with such rules? We common cultivators have our pride too. He let go of his hands. Zhou Tongju's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth. I meant no insult to your pride. Farewell. He left hurriedly. Zhenxin and Su Han arrived. Guin ignored them, picked up the flying sword, and walked into the valley. To the 3 disciples, his back radiated the aura of a master. A month later, Zhou Tongyu returned, this time bringing more medicinal herb seeds, and Guin reluctantly accepted. This time, Guin defeated him in 3 moves, frustrating Zhou Tongyu, but leaving a glimmer of hope. Zhou Tongju's generosity made Guin reluctant to drive him away. Time flew, year-end approached. Winter snow covered Tianya Valley. Guin patrolled the Medicine Valley with 3 monkey demons. After checking, he walked towards the loft, glancing at his lifespan. Although busy with planning this year, his lifespan grew steadily. With the Outer Sect disciples' chambers in Mystic Valley, he gained considerable lifespan. In a few years, when Tianya Valley and the Third Medicine Valley yielded harvests, his lifespan would soar. Just as Guin reached the loft, Luo Hun approached, looking embarrassed and hesitant. "Where is your book recently? You want to read? I thought you didn't like it." The Medicine Valley is boring. One needs something to relax the Daoist heart. "All right, next time I'll bring the latest volume of Investiture of the Gods." Cough, cough. A few volumes of Green Hero Travelogue would be nice too. Chapter 55. Supreme Immortal Venerable, Sect Leader Deposed. Seeing Luo Hun's embarrassed expression, Guin suddenly realized, so this guy likes this. He should have said so earlier. Guin immediately patted Luo Hun's shoulder and smiled. "Brother Luo, I didn't expect your taste to be the same as mine. To be honest, compared to the battles and conflicts over Daoist traditions in the Investiture of the Gods, I prefer the calm interactions between people and the experience of traveling and enjoying the scenery. Those are what truly temper the Daoist heart." His words made Luo Hun less embarrassed, and a smile appeared on his face. The two began to have an enjoyable conversation about the Green Hero Travelogue, bringing them closer together. However, Luo Hun was still reserved and refrained from discussing the romantic aspects of the Green Hero Travelogue, only talking about the fascinating landscapes and peculiar news. Teasing the serious Luo Hun brought Gu and a lot of joy. From now on, Tianya Valley would not be so dull. Time flew by, and 3 years passed swiftly. Another summer arrived. Gun was already 38 years old. Starting this year, the Third Medicine Valley would welcome its first batch of mature medicinal herbs, which he eagerly anticipated. As for Tianya Valley, they were cultivating high-rank medical herbs, so it would still take some time. That morning, Guin was leading the disciples in the Mystic Valley for their morning exercises. Although Zhanxin and the other two had gone to the Third Medicine Valley, 3 new servant disciples had arrived, keeping Mystic Valley lively. While Guin was twisting his waist, he suddenly sensed something and smiled. Xiaochuan noticed the smile and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, why are you smiling?" "Nothing, just keep practicing." Guin brushed him off, and Xiaochuan stopped asking. After a while, the exercises ended, and the disciples dispersed while Guin walked towards his own tower. Just as he reached downstairs, he heard a sound breaking through the air from afar. He turned and saw someone flying toward him on a sword. It was Leah. After many years, Leah still wore a black robe, but his temperament had changed, and a lock of white hair added to his sense of experience. From a distance, Leah saw Guan, and a smile appeared on his usually stern face, melting his cold demeanor. Li Ya's cultivation level had reached the 9th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, and Guin felt that he was even stronger than Ji Lin from back then, estimating that he wasn't far from the core formation. After landing, Leah opened his arms and hugged Guin, making his body a bit stiff. "Not bad. You've reached Foundation Establishment. It seems you've worked hard," Leah said, pinching Guin's shoulder with a satisfied smile. Guin naturally freed himself from his grasp and smiled. "You're finally back. Was everything smooth?" Leah shook his head and said, "Not smooth, but it was a blessing in disguise. Let's go inside and talk." Guin nodded and led him upstairs. An hour later, in the loft, Guin and Leah sat facing each other, drinking wine, and listening to Li Ya's experiences over the years made Guin feel deeply moved. "It feels like it could be written into a book," Guin commented. Leah laughed. "Indeed, although I escaped death many times, it made me who I am today." Over the years, Leah had traveled south in search of the legacy of a divinity transformation cultivator, competing with various geniuses. After barely making it through, the divinity transformation cultivator tried to possess him, but fortunately, he survived. Although he didn't say how he avoided the possession, Guin assumed it was related to the soul within him. After escaping the divinity transformation calamity, Leah acquired a sword intent in the cave of that cultivator. He spent 3 years refining it, transforming his entire sword intent. Afterwards, when returning from Jizhou in the south, he encountered more obstacles, such as saving a woman oppressed by a local prominent family. Unfortunately, after he left, he heard that she and her family were forced to death. This tragic incident spread widely among the people, so he returned and slaughtered that family, sparking much debate in that region. The local authorities chased Leah for a few days before giving up, even withdrawing the bounty on him. When Leah spoke of this experience, his tone wasn't very sad, just a bit cold. Guin poured Leah another drink, and Leah suddenly asked, "Junior brother Gu, why do you think we cultivate immortality? Is it just to pursue the illusory longevity? Throughout history, has there ever been someone who truly attained immortality?" Hearing this, Guin poured himself a drink and said, "I don't know what a mortal cultivator should ultimately pursue. I only know that while living, you should feel at ease. Whatever makes you feel at ease, do it. I plant flowers and herbs every day. To many, it seems like wasting the years of cultivation, but I find it interesting. The medicinal herbs I plant can help the sect, and isn't that somewhat meaningful?" He didn't find Leah hypocritical. After experiencing certain things, one would naturally feel confused. After hearing this, Leah held his cup, lost in thought. He thought for an hour. Guin didn't disturb him, instead pulling out the Green Hero travelogue to read. After finishing his thoughts, Leah's eyes became bright. He looked at Guin and said, "Great truths are never found in temples. Junior brother Gu. Thank you, I think I know what to do now." He stood up and took out a white jade bottle from his storage bag, saying, "This is an elixir made from 1,000-year-old spirit fat. It can temper the muscles and bones, but should be taken no more than twice a year. I must return to form my core now." Before Guin could stop him, he jumped out of the window and left. Guin fell silent. Why did this guy love jumping out of windows? His gaze turned to the white jade bottle on the table. Why does everyone love giving him gifts? Guin looked helpless, but still put the bottle into his storage bag. The summer evenings came late. Guin arrived at the third Medicine Valley. As soon as he stepped off the teleportation array, he saw Zhenqin, Su-Han, Yi-Yin, and Zhou Tongyu happily chatting in a nearby pavilion. Guin immediately walked over. In the middle of an animated discussion, Zhou Tongyu noticed Guin and smiled. The others followed his gaze and quickly stood up. At the pavilion, Guin asked with a bit of annoyance, "Why are you here again? Haven't you emptied your storage bag yet?" 3 years had passed, and Zhou Tongyu had visited no less than 10 times, each time bringing medicinal herbs, elixirs, and magic artifacts. The last time they sparred, Guin barely beat him in 10 moves, winning unconvincingly. Well, his acting was unconvincing too. Zhou Tongyu laughed. "Don't worry, this time I'm not here to spar but to say goodbye. I'm leaving. I've been at the Supreme Sect for many years, and you're the one friend I've truly made, and I acknowledge you." "Friend?" Guin didn't know how to respond. Yi-Yin looked at Zhou Tongyu with some reluctance. Over the years, Zhou Tongyu had guided him in his cultivation each time he visited, almost like a half-master. "What do you mean by being here for many years? Are you not a disciple of the Supreme Sect?" Zhenqin asked in surprise, her eyes wide. Su-Han and Yi-Yan's expressions also changed dramatically. They all had the same thought in their minds. Could this person be a spy from the demon path? Zhou Tongyu smiled in pride. "Forget it, I wanted to keep a low profile to avoid pressure on you. Now that I'm leaving, I'll stop pretending. I'm Zhou Tongyu from Jueshan Sect." Upon hearing this, Zhenqin and the others were stunned, which made Zhou Tongyu feel even more pleased. He even raised his chin and looked at Guin, anticipating a shocked expression. Guin's expression drastically changed, making Zhou Tongju's mood soar. However, Zhenqin suddenly asked sharply, "Are you famous?" Zhou Tongju's pupils slowly dilated, and he stood frozen. Guin worried he might change his mind and want to stay, so he said, "Indeed, very famous," suppressing the entire younger generation of the Supreme Sect. "Didn't expect this. Forgive me, forgive me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tongju's expression relaxed, and Zhenqin and the others, following Guin's cue, began exclaiming in surprise. "My heavens! Did I hear it wrong? It's actually you. How could it be? Zhou Tangji's face twitched. For some reason, their words felt harsh to him. He took a deep breath and said, "Your supreme sect is about to undergo major changes. Be careful. Take care. If fate allows, we will meet again." Having said that, he leaped and transformed into a light beam, flying towards the sky. The three disciples were stunned by his movement technique and watched in a daze as he left. Guan waved his hand and said, "Disperse now, practice well, and form your foundation establishment soon, so you won't be unworthy of meeting him again." The three promptly paid respects and left. Guan pondered Zhou Tangji's words. Major changes in the Supreme Sect? He hoped it wouldn't affect his Medicine Valley. Turning around, he headed towards his tower. After entering the room, he closed the door, walked to the desk, and took out a pen and paper, beginning to draft Guzong and his son's book. The final volume of Investiture of the Gods had already been sent to the book collection hall. Next, it was time to write a new book. After the Investiture of the Gods, the next obvious choice was Journey to the West, but he feared its impact might be too significant, so he decided to set it aside for now and write a novel about Guzong and his son to cool things down, making Pan look less like an immortal reincarnate. Recently, the Outer Sect disciples had praised Pan and as if he were an immortal incarnate, making Guan uneasy. He planned to use classic web novel plots from his previous life for the second book. Guzong had cultivated for 500 years, renowned in the immortal cultivation world, and was the Supreme Sect's strongest elder. In a year, his Daoist friend gave birth to a son. The demon path invaded, and the Supreme Sect faced annihilation. Guzong used his divine skills to call upon the powers of heaven and earth, wiping out the demon path, but he fell into a space rift caused by his divine skills. The world believed him dead, not knowing that he had landed on a deserted island overseas, where he accidentally discovered an immortal's legacy. 20 years later, Guzong returned to find his son, Guyu, demoted to a servant disciple because someone had taken his heavenly spirit root. Zhou Tongyu was the same age as Guyu, and the two had been close since childhood. Even after Guyu's demotion, Zhou Tongyu looked forward to his rise. Over the subsequent centuries of enmity, they became the pillars of the Supreme Sect, protecting the peace of the immortal cultivation world. After pondering, Guan's eyes sparkled. He began writing. Chapter 1, The Fallen Genius. The year after Zhou Tongyu left, in the spring, Guan went to the Outer Sect to submit his manuscript. Lu Chong was very interested in his supreme immortal Venerable and chatted with him for a long time. Upon leaving the book collection hall, Guan overheard disciples discussing that the sect leader, LV Baitian, had suffered a deviation during cultivation and had fallen, with Elder Chu Tianchi taking over as sect leader. Guan was shocked. The sect leader had been killed. He quickly left the outer gate city and headed for the third Medicine Valley. Upon entering the valley, he saw Guyu waiting, with an elderly man with a hunched back standing behind him. The old man was thin, with white hair, wearing tattered clothes, and was scanning all the gardens. Seeing Guan flying in on his sword, Guyu smiled and stood up, saying, "You finally returned. This is an old relative of my father. You can call him Elder Tion. His spirit root qualification is poor, destined never to reach foundation establishment. He will stay in the Medicine Valley and assist you, so feel free to give him any task." Guan's eyes turned to the old man, his expression changing slightly. LV Baitian, Energy Cultivation Realm 6th Layer, 742/850/3200. Chapter 56, Heavenly Destiny Returns to G. LV Baitian, isn't that the recently deceased sect leader? Guan speculated many possibilities, but his expression did not change much. He curiously asked, "Since he is your father's distant relative, why not arrange a better place for him? This Medicine Valley is dirty and tiring." Guyu smiled and said, The Supreme Sect wasn't built by my father, and being placed in this Medicine Valley is already better than the Medicine Valley in the Outer Sect. From his demeanor, it seemed that he didn't know Elder Tion's true identity. Guin found it difficult to refuse directly. Refusing would mean he knew Elder Tion's true identity. Guyu pulled Guin upstairs, and throughout, Elder Tion did not look back at Guin even once. After entering the room, Guyu closed the door. He turned around excitedly and asked, "How is it? The book should be ready, right?" Guin smiled and said, "It's ready. After deconsideration, I made you the protagonist." Really? Really? You'll be able to see it soon." Guin nodded with a smile. The name Pan and was already famous in the Taitsong Immortal cultivation world. His second book, with the name Supreme Sect in it, would definitely be heavily promoted by the sect. This book was to satisfy the upper echelons. After this one, Guin wouldn't write about them anymore. It was worth mentioning that the book collection hall had allotted him an additional 20% of the profits this time. This was conceded by the Supreme Sect. Upon hearing Gu An's words, Guyu became immediately exhilarated. He took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and heavily placed it on the table, saying, "Thank you." Guin glanced at the spirit stone on the table, raising his eyebrows. What a rich spiritual energy. Guyu proudly smiled and said, "This is a supreme-grade spirit stone, equivalent in value to 100 top-grade spirit stones. I only have 2 of these, given to me by my mother. Sincere enough, right? You can write without worries. I can handle everything else for you." 100 top-grade spirit stones? Guin was stunned. This guy was truly extravagant. The wealth disparity in the immortal cultivation world was just too vast. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, while a servant disciple's monthly salary was just 1 low-grade spirit stone. Rich fool. Guin felt a pang of envy but accepted the supreme-grade spirit stone with a smile, saying, "I won't let you down." Guyu became highly excited and began asking about the book's details, but Guin kept his lips tight, making Guyu even more eager. Not long after, Guyu left, and Guin guessed he was heading to the book collection hall. After bidding farewell to Guyu, Guin came in front of Elder Tian and introduced himself. Elder Tian did the same, maintaining a respectful demeanor, with no sign of being the Supreme Sect leader. The 742 years old Elder Tian had a current lifespan of 850 years, meaning he could live only another 108 years. Guin speculated it was related to his injuries. At the sect leader's level, the current lifespan should be near 2,000 years. Then, Guin took him on a tour, introducing the situation of Medicine Valley and explaining what he should usually do. Elder Tian listened carefully, occasionally asking about the types of herbs they passed by, seeming genuinely interested in farming life. Could it be he truly fell from grace due to deviation? When Guin previously heard of the sect leader's plight, he instinctively thought the sect leader had been ambushed. After all, the sect leader's struggle with the elders had lasted for many years. Now looking at Elder Tian's state, it didn't seem so. Lifespan detection couldn't lie to him. The person before him was indeed the sect leader, L.V. Batian. The arrival of Elder Tian did not change the rhythm of life in the Third Medicine Valley. Zhenxin and the other 2 mostly spent their time cultivating and rarely interacted with him. However, Guin would chat with Elder Tian every time he returned. Half a year passed quickly. Autumn arrived, and falling leaves drifted into Tianya Valley. Guin stood on the path in the garden, watching 3 monkey demons sweep the fallen leaves. In the distance, Luo Hun sat on the hillside, holding the green hero travelogue and reading intently. His spear stood beside him, absorbing strands of spiritual energy that formed a faint vortex. Suddenly, Guin sensed something glancing into the distance. He looked only once before retracting his gaze. Soon after, a figure walked from the mouth of the valley. The person was dressed in a black and white long robe, exuding elegance, holding a folding fan. Li Xiandao. After many years, the Emperor of Taikang's demeanor was still the same. Guin turned his head and cast a lifespan detection. Divinity, Transformation Realm, 9 layers. On the hillside, Luo Hun also noticed Li Xuando's arrival. He quickly stood up, put the green hero travelogue into his storage bag, and then descended the mountain, spear in hand. Luo Hun first paid respects to Li Xiandao, followed by Guan. As Li Xiandao walked towards the Medicine Valley Pavilion, he turned to Guan beside him and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with this Medicine Valley of mine?" Guan replied, "Very satisfied. It exceeded my expectations. Some high-rank medicinal herbs are completely new to me. Fortunately, Your Majesty provided me with the Medicinal Herb Chronicles. Have you forgotten how I previously instructed you?" "Uncle, that's more like it." Li Xiandao laughed heartily, while the expression of Luo Hun, standing on the other side, turned subtle. "Uncle." Luo Hun seemed to realize something, and his gaze became strange. The three of them, chatting and laughing, arrived in front of the pavilion. Li Xiandao sat down at the stone table, and Luo Hun immediately poured wine for him. Li Xiandao raised his hand, signaling Guan to sit as well. He looked at Guan and asked, "Li should have returned to the Supreme Sect, right?" Guan nodded and said, "He returned last year." "Did he tell you about his experiences over the years?" "Yes. Uncle should have sent people to follow him, right?" "Who would dare to follow him? It's just that there are informants everywhere. Tell me, how could a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator escape from the possession of a Divinity Transformation Realm Great Cultivator? What secret is he hiding?" As Li Xiandao asked this, he lifted his wine cup, drank it in one gulp, and then smiled at Guan. Guan frowned and said, "Secret? He didn't tell me, and it's not something I can ask directly." Li Xiandao smiled knowingly and said, "This son of mine has been of ordinary talent since childhood, the least talented among all my children. But ever since he joined the Supreme Sect, he has soared, constantly surprising me. His growth pleases me greatly. I just fear he might be taken advantage of by someone with ill intentions." Looking at his expression, Guan found it hard to judge his attitude toward Li Ye. However, regardless, Guan's heart was certainly inclined towards Li Ye. "Then he'll try to subtly inquire in the future," Guan said thoughtfully. He said so, but had no intention of actually asking. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Luo Hun standing nearby and asked with a smile, "Luo Hun, do you think Li Ye has the potential to be the crown prince?" Luo Hun's expression changed slightly, and he responded in a deep voice, "Your servant dare not speak out of turn. You really are no fun." Li Xiandao shook his head and laughed. His gaze then turned to Guan, who quickly said, "Uncle, please don't ask me such questions. I don't want to get involved in trouble. I just want to grow herbs and flowers for you." "Ha ha!" Li Xiandao laughed heartily, grabbing the wine jar beside him and pouring it directly into his mouth, much more boldly than before. Then, he picked up another wine jar and continued to drink. Guan sensed something was wrong. This emperor had concerns. Luo Hun noticed it too and frowned as he asked, "Your Majesty, has something happened?" After drinking 3 jars of wine in one go, Li Xiandao laughed and said, "There's no big deal. You've read The Investiture of the Gods, haven't you?" Luo Hun nodded and said, "It's well written. Didn't you like it too?" "I do like it, but recently, some used the Investiture of the Gods to criticize me, saying I am King Zhou, and the Li family's rule has lasted for 500 years, so it's time for a change. Heavenly destiny belongs to the Ji family." In recent years, the Ji family has frequently sent their disciples to various places to slay demons and exterminate evil, earning a great reputation and popular support. Li Xiandao chuckled. Guan's heart skipped a beat. Luo Hun was furious and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, who says that the heavenly destiny belongs to the Ji family. Your servant is ready to take orders at any time, even if it means killing Panin. Good heavens, I want to bring you the green hero travelogue again." Guan was inwardly indignant, while his face showed a look of concern. Li Xiandao snorted and said, "Foolish. Killing Panin would only confirm that I am narrow-minded, unable to tolerate even a writer." Hearing this, Guan was very satisfied with Li Xiandao. This is a wise ruler. Your Majesty, don't worry. He'll write Journey to the West next, and the Emperor in it will have the surname Li. Although Journey to the West has a critical element, it targets the Jade Emperor. The portrayal of Li Shimin in the book is still quite good. Though there is no heavenly court in this world, there is an immortal cultivation world. Criticizing the immortal cultivation world also fits well with the current cultivator's expectations of Pan, and as long as he doesn't directly name the supreme sect. As Guin was contemplating, Luo Han remained furious. The prefects of various states all have backgrounds and are increasingly slipping out of the court's control. Now, there is widespread public discontent. Criticizing me through the investiture of the gods is likely just their first step. One day, swords will be pointed directly at me. I need to build my own power. The Tianya Valley plays a crucial role. Don't let me down. Li Xiandao said with a smile. He stood and walked towards the garden, with Guin and Luo Han hurriedly following. It was 3 full days before Li Xiandao finally left. During these 3 days, Li Xiandao often hinted at his expectations for Liya to Guin. The more he did so, the more Guin felt it wasn't that simple. Still, he just let his words go in one ear and out the other, avoiding getting involved in their father-son matters. After Li Xiandao left, Guin also decided to leave. Before departing, Luo Han instructed him to stop bringing investiture of the gods and only bring the Green Hero Travelogue. In response, Guin chuckled. Seasons changed, and another 3 years passed. This year, Tianya Valley saw the first batch of medicinal herbs mature, and Guin harvested nearly 5,000 years of lifespan in one go, leaving him in a pleasant mood. Starting this year, his annual lifespan income would soar. Currently, his total lifespan had exceeded 70,000 years, and he was set to keep striving for 1,000,000 years. On that day, Guin took Su Han and Jun Qin to the outer sect. Both had reached foundation establishment. Besides continuous cultivation, Guin had also refined many low-rank elixirs for them, aiding their smooth foundation establishment. After sending them to the Hall of Elders in the outer sect, he turned to leave. Servant disciples had to register their identities at the Hall of Elders to officially become outer disciples. As he walked past the street, a familiar voice called out, "Senior brother, long time no see." Guin turned and saw LV Jujia, dressed in black from the Demon Extermination Hall, walking towards him, followed by 6 disciples from the same hall. "How have you been?" Guin asked with a smile. Since the change in the sect leader, the Demon Extermination Hall had gained momentum, even surpassing the Law Enforcement Hall. It was common to encounter their members in the Outer Gate City. LV Jujia came up to him, nodding and said, "Pretty good. Master just promoted me. Besides better treatment, I have more authority now. Senior brother, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to me." He took out a black token from his storage bag and handed it to Guin. "You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.